A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Palmolive Soap, Your Beauty Hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. When the 4th of July weekend arrived at Madison High Summer School, it was welcomed most enthusiastically by Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English there.
I don't know why I looked forward to such a brief holiday with such keen anticipation. I like my work, and I'm very fond of my pupils. Then there's the school principal, Mr. Osgood Conklin. Well, what do you know? I just found out why I look forward to such a brief holiday with such keen anticipation. Mr. Conklin and I never have been what the scientists call chemical affinities. But last week we really reached the ultimate in mutual harassment. I would hesitate to describe Mr. Conklin's temper as volcanic, but by last Thursday I would swear I saw a thin trickle of lava flowing out of his ears. I was telling my landlady, Mrs. Davis, about it Friday morning at breakfast. He hasn't been this irritable since last month when I broke his new glasses.
My goodness, Connie, how did you do that?
It was an accident, Mrs. Davis. They broke when we both bent down at the same time.
You both bent down?
Yes, to pick up a hammer I had dropped on his foot.
Osgood is certainly hard to get along with. Oh, Connie, did you say you wanted tea or coffee this morning?
I said I wanted milk, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, of course you did. I'm getting so absent-minded lately. Almost as bad as my sister Angela.
How is Angela, Mrs. Davis?
Angela?
Your sister.
Oh. She's terribly absent-minded, poor dear. Why, the other morning, do you know what she did?
No, what?
She found herself with one foot in the bathtub and one foot out of the bathtub.
Well, there's nothing absent-minded about that. It happens to most of us, sooner or later.
But Angela couldn't remember whether she was just getting into the tub or whether she was just getting out.
Well, that is a dilemma. What did she do?
She let the water out and took a shower. Now, I'd better get you that hot chocolate you wanted.
It's milk, Mrs. Davis, and it's right here on the table. Can I pour some for you?
Oh, no, thanks, Connie. I never drink milk in the morning. It keeps me up all day.
Maybe we should have gone on talking about Mr. Conklin.
Say, that reminds me, Connie. How's Mr. Conklin been treating you lately?
You should have seen him yesterday when I stopped in at his office to get my check.
Was he very disagreeable, Connie?
Not at first. That's what's so confusing. When I sat down to sign for the check, he was extremely civil to me, almost courteous. And then in a few seconds, boom, his whole attitude changed.
But why?
That's what I'd like to know. You think I spilled that bottle of ink on his coat purposely?
Oh, Connie, not a bottle of ink.
I couldn't help it, Mrs. Davis, and I tried my best to get out the spots.
With what?
With spot remover, of course. Or at least I thought it was spot remover. It isn't my fault that Mr. Conklin keeps ammonia in his desk, is it?
Ammonia? But, Connie, ammonia will just burn right through the cloth.
Please, Mrs. Davis, you sound just like Mr. Conklin. But I won't be running into him for the next few days, thank goodness. I'm going away for the July 4th weekend.
But, Connie, can you afford to go away?
On my salary, I can't afford to stay home. But I've made up my mind to do it if I have to go without lunch for a week. And guess where I'm going, Mrs. Davis?
Where?
To Eagle Springs. And guess what bashful scientist is going to get the surprise of his life because he's going there, too, and doesn't know I'm coming?
It's not Mr. Boynton.
It ain't Al Einstein. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mrs. Davis, I'll get ready for school. Walter Denton should be picking me up pretty soon.
Oh, I'm sorry, Connie, but there's something I forgot to tell you. Walter called while you were in the shower and said he can't pick you up this morning.
Oh, great. And my car won't budge.
What's the matter with it, Connie?
I don't know exactly. Last time I went out to the garage to look at it, it was lying on its side, panting.
Walter said he hoped you'd understand, but he had to drive Mr. Conklin to the doctor's this morning.
The doctor's? Why, that's a shame. I wonder what's wrong with poor Mr. Conklin.
Well, Osgood, I can't seem to find anything radically wrong with your physical condition, outside of a slightly elevated blood pressure, that is.
What is my blood pressure, Dr. Haney?
Oh, nothing to worry about, Osgood. Around 180, I'd say. Of course, if it gets to 200, I'd advise you to sell.
If there's one thing I've always wanted, it's a comical physician. Now, tell me, Doctor, what's wrong with me?
Well, I can't discover any physical symptoms, Osgood, but there's no doubt about it. Something seems to be troubling you mentally. Now, what is it?
It isn't a what, it's a who. And what a who. Even when we're not together, I can still see her face before me.
But, Osgood, who is this woman?
It's Miss Brooks, Doctor. She teaches English at Madison.
It seems to me, Osgood, that if Miss Brooks grates on your nerves so much, you shouldn't let her cross your path. Avoid contact with her whenever possible. As a matter of fact, I recommend that you leave town for a few days.
That's it. I'll do it. I'll go away for the 4th of July weekend. But where?
Oh, it doesn't matter where. Do your world of good to get away for a few days. Say, now, maybe I can help you.
You?
Why, sure. I know the squaw in charge of reservations on the chief.
It will be good to get away.
Hello, Miss Brooks. You're just the person I wanted to see.
Good morning, Harriet. What can I do for you?
It's Daddy, Miss Brooks. I'm real worried about him. Last night he cried out in his sleep several times. Mother had to keep waking him up, and once in his sleep he screamed out your name.
My name?
Yes. That's when Mother had to tie him to the bed.
I think I can explain your father's nocturnal penchant for screaming my name, Harriet. We've spent the better part of this week exchanging unpleasantries.
Then Daddy did have words with you?
Harriet, your daddy had words that I wouldn't repeat in front of a sailor.
He was extremely nervous this morning when Walter Denton drove him to the doctor's.
Well, I hope his doctor has a good doctor. Now, if you'll excuse me, Harriet, I'll run along to class.
Just a minute, Miss Brooks. Here's Daddy now.
Oh, good morning, Harriet. Well, the doctor says there's nothing wrong with me physically at all.
I knew it. You look better already.
Thank you, my dear.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin. He just took a turn for the worse.
Good morning, Miss Brooks. So far. I'd better get into my office now. I'll see you later, Harriet.
All right, Daddy. But what's the umbrella for?
It looked like rain when I left for the doctor's. Oh, by the way, it's a rather sturdy umbrella, Miss Brooks. Care to whack me over the head with it to start off the day?
Oh, of course not, Mr. Conklin.
You're sure now?
I'll take a rain check. I'm positive. Oh, hold still a minute, Mr. Conklin. There's a thread hanging from the lapel of your coat. I'll pull it out for you.
You needn't bother.
It's no bother. I'll pull it out in just a second. There, that does it. No, there seems to be more. Hold still, please.
I'm waiting, Miss Brooks.
I'm pulling, Mr. Conklin.
His lapel looks all right, Miss Brooks.
Oh, I'm getting it now. This a new suit, Mr. Conklin?
Yes. Yes, it is. No doubt you remember my old suit, Miss Brooks. The one with the ink spots.
Ink spots? How in the world did you get... Oh, that one.
Yes, that one. I thought you'd like to know that I cleaned Walter Denton's windshield with it this morning.
Well, it certainly needed it. I'm sorry about your suit, Mr. Conklin, but... Say, this is funny. There doesn't seem to be any end to this thread.
So I see. Miss Brooks, would you be good enough to give me the ball of thread you're holding in your hand? I'll have another lapel sewn on.
Oh, forgive me, Mr. Conklin. I didn't realize...
My brand new suit. 2 pairs of pants and 1 lapel. Let's get in that office immediately. Now, step aside, Harry.
But, Daddy seems quite annoyed at you this morning, doesn't he, Miss Brooks?
I think so. In fact, there's an old Eskimo saying that describes his feelings toward me perfectly. It goes, Pulikamu Konekrio Exo.
Well, what does that mean?
Baby, it's cold outside.
starring Eve Arden will continue in just a moment, but first, here is Vern Smith. Here's wonderful news, ladies. Wonderful, wonderful news. Now there's something thrillingly new in Palmolive Soap's famous Beauty Lather. Yes, something thrillingly new. Palmolive's famous Beauty Lather now brings you new fragrance, new charm, new allure.
Millions of women will prefer Beauty Lather Palmolive over all other leading toilet soaps the minute they try it. For Palmolive Soap's famous Beauty Lather now has a new, clean, flower-fresh fragrance. For new allure, new charm.
So, ladies, forget all other beauty care and use Palmolive Soap the way doctors advise for a lovelier complexion. Just stop improper cleansing and instead wash your face with Palmolive Soap 3 times a day, massaging Palmolive's wonderful Beauty Lather onto your skin for 60 seconds each time to get its full beautifying effect. Then rinse. That's all. All types of skin, young, older, oily, respond to it quickly. Don't wait another day to try Palmolive's Beauty Lather. You'll be thrilled by its new fragrance, new charm, new allure. Thrilled again by the fresher, brighter complexion doctors prove may soon be yours.
For new loveliness all over, use big bath-sized Palmolive in tub or shower.
Well, I had no further encounters with Mr. Conklin during my first class, and while waiting for another session to begin, I was bolstered by the thought that I'd soon be on my way to Eagle Springs for the 4th of July weekend. While I was marking some composition papers, Walter Denton returned from the errand I'd sent him on.
Excuse me, Miss Brooks, but I'm back.
Did you get me a ticket to Eagle Springs, Walter?
Sure, Miss Brooks, but first I told Mr. Boynton I was going to the railroad station on an errand. And then I volunteered to pick up his ticket to Eagle Springs for him. And when he gave me the money, I just added what you'd given me and bought 2 tickets. Seats 208 and 209 in the parlor car. Right smack up against each other.
Why, Walter Denton, where did you ever get such a diabolical scheme?
From you. Don't you remember, Miss Brooks, you laid the whole thing out for me?
Never mind, Walter. Are you sure the seats are together?
Positive. And it was a lucky break I got any seats at all. The trains are sure crowded for this 4th of July weekend. Gosh, the station was alive with travelers.
Those are the best kind. Now, look, Walter. You have got to promise me you won't mention my trip to a soul. I don't want Mr. Boynton to know I'm going to Eagle Springs until he sits down next to me on that train.
You have my word as a gentleman and a scholar.
I've just read your composition. Your word as a gentleman will do.
Now, all kidding aside, Miss Brooks, how did you like my composition? Great baseball yarn, isn't it?
Frankly, Walter, it's a little hard for me to judge. I know how crazy you are about baseball, and I'd like to be fair in marking your composition, but, well, this time you've really got me stumped.
But why?
Maybe it's because the first 6 pages contain nothing but the American League box scores.
I just put that in to make it more dramatic.
Well, some of it is pretty exciting at that. I remember one very eloquent phrase that keeps recurring in the story. Had me right on the edge of my seat. Let me find it. Oh, here it is. Coleman to Sternweiss to Phillips.
Now, that's a famous double play combination. You know, on the Yankees.
Oh, Yankees, of course. The northern team. Well, you better be getting on to your next class.
Okay, Miss Brooks. Oh, before I go, is there anything I can do for you while you're out of town?
Yes, Walter. Come to think of it, there is something you can do. You'll probably be seeing a lot of Harriet Conklin over the weekend, won't you?
That's for sure.
Well, you can do me this one big favor. Whenever Mr. Conklin's in the vicinity, please don't mention my name.
When Mr. Conklin's in the vicinity, I'm usually not. He hates me, you know.
You're not the only one. But just don't talk about me when he's around. I'm hoping he'll cool down a bit while I'm away. Oh, there's that pesky fly again. He's been in here all morning.
I'll be darned if I'd hang around summer school all day if I was a fly.
Maybe he needs the credit. Hand me that fly swatter, Walter. Thanks.
Oh, he lit over here on the door, Miss Brooks. I'll open it and let him fly out.
No, don't, Walter. He looks like a germ carrier. I think I've got a good bead on the little pest. Here goes.
Fortunately, I get my glasses wholesale.
Mr. Conklin.
And now that you've warmed up, Miss Brooks, how about trying the umbrella?
What's an accident, Mr. Conklin? Miss Brooks didn't mean to hit you. She was after that other pest. I mean, the fly.
Well, if it isn't Walter Denton. I've hit the jackpot this time.
Oh, please, Please, Mr. Conklin, if you'll just sit down a minute.
Yeah, Mr. Conklin, just have a seat. I'll gather your glasses for you.
Yes. Oh, Denman.
Yes, sir?
Get out!
Yes, sir.
Miss Brooks, the reason I came in here was to inform you, as I have the other members of the faculty, that I'm going away for a while.
Away? For how long, Mr. Conklin?
Well, this morning I planned on staying away for just 3 days. But then, when you siphoned off one of my lapels, I decided to make it 4 or 5. And just now, when you flogged me with that fly swatter, I realized I'll need at least a week.
Mr. Conklin, I won't deny that a series of extremely unfortunate incidents have occurred.
How very broad-minded of you. Well, there won't be any more of them for me, at least not for the next week. I always thought I was a man of more than average courage, Miss Brooks, but I've discovered recently that I'm not.
Please, Mr.
It's true. I am a coward, Miss Brooks. But be that as it may, I am determined to live long enough to be an old coward. Hence, I am about to flee the city.
But where are you going, Mr. Conklin?
I don't know yet. I've called the railroad station, but their trains are all jammed with 4th of July weekenders. However...
Yes, I know. It's very crowded on almost all the trains.
I haven't finished talking, Miss Brooks. I was about to say, however, I'm going to try the airport this afternoon. Maybe I can get a plane for somewhere. Oh, that's a very annoying fly.
Oh, I've got the swatter, Mr. Conklin. I'll get it this time. You just sit still.
No, I'll get out of this seat if you don't mind. All right?
You got us, Mr. Conklin.
As I was saying, Miss Brooks, I'll go to the airport. And if I can't get a plane from somewhere, I may fly somewhere without a plane!
And so, class, it only requires a little concentration to avoid embarrassing mistakes in conversation. We'll take up next the works of Lord Byron. That's all for now. Class dismissed, and have a nice weekend.
Oh, excuse me, Miss Brooks. Can I see you for a minute?
Why, Mr. Boynton, you may see me for longer than that. Come in, won't you?
I just wanted to say goodbye, Miss Brooks.
Oh? Going somewhere?
Yes. Walter Denton just got me a ticket on the 4:15 to Eagle Springs. I'm going to spend the 4th of July weekend up there.
How nice for you, Mr. Boynton. It should do you a world of good.
Yes, I really need the rest. I've been working pretty hard lately. Still, I want you to know I'll miss our regular Friday afternoon date, Miss Brooks.
I don't see why. That was a pretty tiresome crowd we were running around with.
Miss Brooks, we went to the zoo on Fridays.
That's what I mean. Every week, the same old hairy faces.
Well, it does a man good to get away from town every so often. Gives him a chance to think things out. Commune with nature, as it were. You know, I like to get next to Mother Nature once in a while.
Now, isn't that funny? I feel the same way about Father Nature. That is, I'm sure you'll have a lovely time, Mr. Boynton.
I knew you'd understand, Miss Brooks. Walter got me a seat in the parlor car. They usually come in twos, you know.
Do they?
Yes, I hope someone nice sits next to me. It's quite a long trip, and a friendly traveling companion can make the time pass much more pleasantly.
I'm sure you'll draw the doll of the world.
No, not me. Just my luck. I'll probably wind up alongside some big fat dunce.
Do you know it? I mean, it's silly to even speculate about your train partner, Mr. Boynton. Forget it, for now.
Well, if only he has a good sense of humor. I remember the last trip I took to New York. On my way back, I sat right next to George S. Kaufman, the famous playwright.
Really? How was his sense of humor?
You'd be surprised. It wasn't so good. I told him one of my best gags, too. You know the one where I make my shoes squeak on purpose? Well, when Kaufman asked me if they were new shoes, I said, "Shoes nothing. Those are my Blue Jay corn plasters chirping." Now, you know that's funny.
It's a scream. How did Mr. Kaufman react?
He took 2 Alka-Seltzers and went to sleep.
Probably jealous because he didn't make it up.
Well, I guess I better be leaving now, Miss Brooks. I've still got to say goodbye to Mr. Conklin.
Well, whatever you do, don't mention my name to him. This is one of my bad days.
Miss Brooks, you shouldn't fight with Mr. Conklin.
I'm not fighting with him, Mr. Boynton. Why, Mr. Conklin would be the first to admit that we'd get along splendidly together if it weren't for just one thing.
What's that?
Me.
Come in.
Oh, I just dropped in to say goodbye, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, sit down a minute, Boynton. I'm just getting some information from the Travel Bureau. What did you say the name of that train was again? The Snake Eyes Limited? No, I'm afraid I don't care to go as far as Las Vegas. So, goodbye. Now then, you were saying?
Just goodbye, Mr. Conklin. I'm going up to Eagle Springs for the weekend.
Eagle Springs? But you won't be able to get a train ticket. I've tried every which way to get out of this town. It's just impossible.
Oh, not for me, it isn't. I've got my ticket right here. Seat 209 in the parlor car on the 415.
Let's see that ticket, Boynton. Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll be running along now, if you don't mind.
Just a moment, Boynton. Boynton, I've always looked upon you as one of the outstanding members of Madison's faculty. Not just as a teacher, mind, although you're one of the best.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Conklin.
But also as a human being. You, Boynton, are the type of chap who would never let anyone down.
Oh, gosh, Mr. Conklin.
That's why I know you'll sell me that ticket and postpone your own vacation.
Postpone it, but Mr. Conklin, I can't.
Can't? In the vocabulary of a Madison High School teacher, there is no such word as can't.
Well, then I won't. Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but I've worked very hard for this vacation.
Of course you have, my boy. It was selfish of me to even suggest that you give me your ticket on the train. The fact that I'm on the verge of complete mental breakdown should not sway you in the slightest.
Mental breakdown? Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, chin up, boy. Wipe that frown from your face. You should be smiling. You're going on a trip. A happy, carefree trip. Forget about me trembling in my stuffy little office. You're on the train, boy. I can see you now. Sitting there in that plush parlor car, the sun streaming through the windows. What's this? Conductor's approaching. Tickets? Tickets, please. Where's your ticket?
Here it is.
Thanks, Boynton. I knew you'd come through.
Here you are, miss. Seat 208.
Thank you.
Now, this bag belongs to the gentleman in the next seat. He went back to the smoking car just before we pulled out.
Oh, that's perfect. Now I can really surprise him.
Oh, do you know him?
Not as well as I'm going to. That is, we've never been on a vacation together before.
Oh, that's the fellow coming down the aisle there. Oh, yes. He's got adhesive tape on his glasses.
What? Are you sure that's the man who has seat 209?
I'm positive. I parked him here myself.
Oh. Well, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to face the window before he sits down.
What for?
If he sees me before he sits down, he'll fall down.
Oh, I get it. It's a rib. Tickets.
205, 207. Ah, here we are, 209. Hi-ho, to Eagle Springs we go. Well, I have a traveling companion. I don't blame you for gazing out the window. Lovely scenery, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing like taking a little trip, eh?
Mm-mm.
I don't mind telling you, I was a candidate for the Mayo Clinic before I got on this train. But it's going to be different now. Hi-ho, to Eagle Springs we go, and as we go I sing, oh, Hey, look at the sun coming from behind that cloud.
Hmm?
Shining on the window that way, it's beginning to reflect your features. Eh? Yes? There are your eyes. Nice eyes. There's your nose. Pretty nose. There's your mouth, your chin. Put them all together, and they add up.
Hi-ho, hi-ho, to the Mayo Clinic we go.
Returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, after I found out the identity of Mr. Boynton's summer replacement on the train, I altered my plans for the weekend. Computing the wind velocity and the rate of speed at which we were traveling, I decided not to get off until the first stop. Then I took the next train back to town. And when I arrived at the depot, I ran right into Walter Denton.
Well, Miss Brooks, what are you doing here? You should be halfway to Eagle Springs by now.
I was, Walter, but I found out that Mr. Boynton isn't going, and I couldn't bear the thought of letting him spend the weekend alone.
Alone? But, Miss Brooks, Mr. Boynton got a last-minute cancellation and left for Eagle Springs 5 minutes ago.
What?
Sure, I drove him down.
Oh, great. Well, there's only one way I can celebrate the holiday now. I'll make an anonymous call to Mr. Conklin on Monday.
An anonymous call?
Yes, Walter. That's the 4th of July, and I'm really going to shoot off my mouth.
Next week, tune in to another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, Your Beauty Hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch.
Here's a money-saving offer, men. A giant tube and a large tube of Palmolive brushless shaving cream for 49 cents. Yes, a 70-cent value for only 49 cents. This offer is made solely to prove you, too, can get smoother, more comfortable shaves the Palmolive brushless way. Just follow directions on the tube and treat your face to wonderful shaves. Yes, for extra shaving comfort at extra low cost, don't miss this Palmolive brushless bargain. At drug and toilet goods counters, get both giant and large-size Palmolive brushless. A 70-cent value for only 49 cents.
Last year, forest fires laid waste 30 million acres of America's timberland. This year, only you can keep it from happening again. So when you or your family are camping, motoring in, or even near a forest area, remember these 4 rules. 1, crush out, completely out, all cigarette, cigar, and pipe ashes. 2, break matches in 2 after using. 3, drown all campfires, then stir and drown again. 4, before going near timber, ask fire authorities where campfires or even smoking are permitted. Remember, another 30 million acres will burn this year unless you are careful. For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again at the same time next week for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, medical science offers proof positive. No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly.
Cigarette program starring Red Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure pleasure to bring you Metro Golden Mayer's popular comedian and the star of the Raleigh cigarette program, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. 903, Rod.
903, Red.
Well, sir, there'll be no
wait a
more
minute.
hair jokes on the air after tonight. I know that.
Just wait a minute. I got a bone to pick with you, Red.
Oh, good. Any meat on it? Well, that went over with us still of the night, didn't it? Nothing like good material. I wish we had some.
You're right, Red, and I think we should have let that joke in that went over so good in rehearsal.
Oh, you mean the one where I say, well, here it is, October, the frost is on the pumpkin?
Yeah, and I said, and the corn is in the script.
Yeah.
Well, why did you delete it?
Well, I'm caught with my alibi down, truthfully.
Sure, I know why. You're afraid I'd get a laugh.
Oh, now, I wish you hadn't have said that.
Why?
Because it's the truth.
Well, comedians on other shows let their announcers get laughs.
Yeah, and look what's happening. NBC's up to their commercials and comedians. Have you noticed what's happened to radio lately? Band leaders, singers, announcers, they all get laughs one week, and the next week they've got their own shows. Did you hear Fred Allen on Sunday? Now he's bringing in commentators, Lowell Thomas and H.B. Kaltenborn, telling jokes. It's good for them, but it's bad for the comedian. And everybody gets laughed. What does the comedian get? I mean, besides money.
Oh.
Did you hear that Dennis Day program?
Yeah, and he mentioned your name.
Sure, the little traitor. When I first met him, he was just a singer. Now look at him. He's telling jokes. That audience laughed harder at him than one comedian laughs at another comedian when he's told that a comedian just died.
But, Red, the world wants to laugh.
Well, sure, it'd be all right if they leave it go there. But now the sponsors are looking for a guy that can sing, read the commercials, tell jokes, and fit into the advertising campaign.
Dennis Day fits into the advertising campaign?
For Colgate, yes. What other toothpaste program has their own dentist? I've seen it coming for years. I knew it was going to happen.
Oh, don't be like that. You make a good living, and where there's life, there's hope.
Yeah, that's got me worried, too. Where there's hope, they don't need Skelton. Oh, you're just mad because you didn't get tickets to go into his club.
Well, I wouldn't worry if I were you. You can always go back to vaudeville.
You mean me do that old act with Edna where I sing She's Only a Bird in a Gilded Cage and then she does a fan dance?
Why not?
Well, Edna had a little misfortune. The OPA froze her feathers. She's now doing a peekaboo dance with Venetian blinds.
A peekaboo dance?
Yeah, a peekaboo dance. The audience peeks, then boos. You know. No, I tell you, comedians will think of something.
Well, you know what I think you comics have one way out?
What?
Get funny jokes and new ones.
Well, that's the easy way out, isn't it? We can't tell new jokes. Why, the jokes we comics have been using on the air for years, the audience is just getting. It's the radio comedians that's keeping this country on its feet. Every time we tell an old joke, I can just hear thousands of people yell, "Get up, shut that thing off, will you?" Well, I'll tell you, if the audience is going to be fickle and they want talent with their jokes, I'll go back to the job I came out here to California to do.
Oh, you can't do that, Red.
You mean the grape picking season's over?
Now, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly.
Yes, proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly.
Scientific tests of America's 6 leading brands based on a method used by the United States government. Tests certified by a jury of 14 doctors, including throat specialists, have proved conclusively. No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than Rollies. So smokers enjoy the new, smoother, better-tasting Rollies. Rollies are right. Right for taste, right for throat. And remember, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly.
903, Anita.
903, Red.
Anita Ellis will now sing a song which she just recorded. Either it's love or it isn't.
There's no other way. Don't want your arms, don't want your lips. If your heart isn't mine to the core, take them away. Come back the day you've learned what a heart is for. Either you're true or you aren't. There's no in between. If you've been lied to by someone, you'll know what I mean. It took much too many romances to teach this fool to be wise. Either it's love or it isn't. There's no compromise. It took much too many romances to teach this fool to be wise. Either it's love or it isn't. There's no
satire tonight is about the meat shortage, and it's entitled, If You Have a Beef, Don't Air It, Roast It. Our characters are fictional. If there's any similarity to persons living, you better pay your insurance up, because you ain't going to last long. Chapter 11 is entitled The Pig Farm. A lot of people think that the farmer who sells his product during these times is getting rich. They believe that a pig on the hoof is money in the bank, but not to Clem Cadiddlehopper. He don't believe in piggy banks. Well, here I am. Each his own, Yes, sir, boy, I'm as crisp as a cracker. Yes, it's slimy, too. Boy, it sure is hot today. Just saw my pet squirrel running around with his fur coat unbuttoned. Well, I better put on my hip boots and go down and feed the pigs. I gotta wear them so I won't dirty up the pig pen, you know. Better count my pigs. Somebody tried to steal one of my prize hogs last night. Now, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I had to go fast there. 3 of my fingers are stuck together with my lances. It's all the higher I can count today. I lost my thumb last week eating celery. Oh, darn it, I brought the bucket, but I forgot the food. I'm getting to be as helpless as the second lead in a Jane Russell picture. Well, here comes Sarah doing that old 1900 car of hers. Wonder why she don't paint that thing and take the bumpers off of it, make it look like a new one.
Howdy, Clem.
Well, Sarah, too. Howdy doody to you, too.
How do you feel, Clem? You look sick.
Well, I ought to. You just slammed that door on my nose.
Well, you don't have to talk sassy to me just because I slammed the door on a little old thing like your nose.
My nose ain't little. Or it wasn't before you slammed the door on it. Well, I can't stand here and be fussing with you. I've got to go out and finish feeding the pigs here.
You sure have fine livestock, Clem.
Yeah, I know I know.
Now, how did you do at the county fair with them?
Cleaned up. I won 4 events.
Well, that's funny. I only count 3 of your pigs with blue ribbons.
Well, I only wear mine when I'm dressed up.
Oh, Clem, I'm so hungry for some meat.
Yeah.
You know, if you love me you'd cut off a ham off of one of them there pigs and give it to me.
Can't make money that way, kiddo.
You're getting awfully uppity lately. Clem, what's turned your head?
Why, is it on backwards again?
Oh, you just don't like me,
Yes,
Clem.
I do now. I love you for what you are.
Well, then what am I?
I don't know.
Clem, where were you when the brains were passed out?
Same where you was when you tried to read that just now.
Well, I'd sure like to taste some nice bacon again.
Well, before you go home, I'll give you a yard of pork.
A yard of pork?
Yeah, 3 pigs feed. That was a fasty with a slow response, wasn't it, huh? What you doing over here so early?
Well, I just thought I'd help you take your pigs to the packing house.
Uh-huh.
Oh, are you still trading with the Tommy Dugan brothers?
No, I think that packing house is selling at a black market.
Well, whatever gave you that idea?
Well, he paid me with 5 $10 bills, and each one, the Alexander Hamilton was hiding his face in his hand.
Well, what else makes you think he's not according to OPA?
Well, I know he's selling at black market because he does all of his business on the roof.
Up on the roof? You mean?
Exactly, above ceiling.
Oh, Clem, he sounds like a crook to me.
He is. He's so crooked he could hide behind a corkscrew without throwing a shadow.
Where did you ever meet such a person?
Behind a corkscrew.
Well, if he is a black marketeer, then he's got gangsters working for him, and then they might hurt you.
Oh, they don't scare me, them people. I was in the Army. I talked back to a PFC once.
Well, we better feed your pigs.
Yeah, I just remembered. Not today. I only feed them every other day.
Well, why?
Well, I gotta eat sometime myself, you know.
Oh, Clem, here comes someone in a new car.
Yep. Uh-oh. It's that Tommy Dugan gang from that packing house. There's somebody with him, too. Uh-oh. Howdy.
I came out to see why you didn't make a delivery this morning. We got to have pigs for the market.
Well, why don't you butcher each other? You're making hogs out of yourself. You black marketeers, you.
Can I smack him down?
You just try it and you'll get a surprise. Now, ain't you surprised how easy it was?
Don't beat him up, killer. I'll talk to the goon.
Now, look, if you're trying to knock me silly, you're just wasting your time now.
Look, periscope head. I want you to pay attention to what I say and think. What caused this sudden change?
Well, I've decided I'll sell my meat where the customers can buy it over the counter instead of that cramped-up position underneath it.
Look, don't be a sucker. This is 1946, and you got to get it while the getting's good.
You know, when you talk like that, you sort of tarnish my discharge button.
That's a very pretty speech. But if you're smart, you'll make your pile now.
Oh.
You know money doesn't grow on trees.
If it did, you'd probably be up in one. Still peeking through the leaves up there or something.
But suppose something should happen to your pigs.
Yeah, like they accidentally got poisoned.
Oh, well, you never get away with that. I always taste the food before I feed it to them.
We got ways of handling stupid people like you.
Well, who's stupid?
You are.
You come down here and say that, will you?
Hey, you stop hitting him.
Yeah.
Well, to slow down your production, I think we'll just knock off a couple of your prize boards.
Oh, here now, where are you going?
Hey,
Get out of that pig pen.
Careful, he's got a gun.
Come out of that pig pen. Here, what do you do? Here now.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Right in. Kangaroo, call all the neighbors. I want them over here at once. Well, friends, I want to thank you, fellow Americans, for getting rid of the black marketeers by not patronizing them. And I want to thank you for coming over here and paying your respect to my two prize pigs. So hand me that knife and your plate. There's plenty here for everybody, you know.
Now, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly.
Yes, proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly.
That famous star of 20th Century Fox's The Razor's Edge, Tyrone Power, says, quote,
I changed my mind about cigarettes after I saw the certified reports. Medical science has proved no other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new Rolly. From now on, Rolly is my choice.
Right, Tyrone Power. Those tests were based on the method used by the United States government. So friends, enjoy the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly. And remember, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. So no other is safer to smoke than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly.
David Forrester and his orchestra play Jollity. Take it away, David. Chapter 12 is entitled Small Fry. Nowadays, all sorts of tricks are being used to make the butcher turn loose with just one more chop, and this is the story of the mean widow meat getter.
Junior?
Yeah?
What were you doing in the backyard?
I was burning some leaves.
In the incinerator?
No, the incinerator wouldn't hold all of them, so I burned them in the garage.
Oh, there's nothing like the smell of burning leaves.
Yes, especially when there's a small touch of the garage on it.
Now, you're kidding me. You wouldn't set fire to the garage.
Yes, she's laughing, kiddo, that's all.
with me?
Well, that all depends, Grandma.
Depends on what, Junior.
Well, the way you've been fattening me up lately, it depends on whether you're going for buying or selling. I tell you, I think I stay here. I'm kind of busy anyhow. I'm going to find out something for myself. I got a little experiment to make there.
Well, what's that you have in that bottle?
Well, look.
Cleaning fluid?
Yeah.
The inflammable kind?
Keep going.
And matches, too.
Yeah.
What are you up to?
Boy, she got no imagination at all.
Junior, I asked you what you were up to.
I'll be up to the ceiling if these two things get together, you know.
You give that bottle to me.
Oh, you want to do this, huh? You firebug, you.
You give me that stuff. You're too young to realize what could happen.
Yeah, and you too old to make a statement like that.
You mean you'd like to set the house on fire?
Yes, I would. I'd like to set the house on fire. Barbecue myself. Let the walls and the ceiling fall in. Oh, no.
What's the matter?
I can't be down.
Now, don't cry.
Oh, burn up.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will.
Bless his little heart.
Yeah, bless his little heart.
Now, don't cry, and I'll buy you some gumdrops.
And some liquid?
Yes.
And some popcorn and Cracker Jack?
Yes.
And some ice cream? No.
What's wrong?
I got the tummy ache now.
Here, put this coat on.
Okay, I got it in the Look.
Who tied that dog on our porch?
I did. He's mine.
Where'd you get him?
Well, he followed me home. I took hold of one end of the leash, and he followed the other. See?
How did his paws get so sore?
Well, that's his own fault. He shouldn't have dragged his feet, you know.
What's his name?
What's his name?
I call him G.I. because he ain't got no home.
I wonder what kind of a dog he is.
I don't know. I think they made him after all the dogs was made and he was the leftovers or something.
Well, he looks like a bloodhound to me.
He do? Come on, bleed for us. Come on, let's see. Hey, Grandma, can I keep him, huh?
Oh, now, maybe somebody deliberately lost him because there's no meat to feed him.
Oh.
I wonder if the butcher will have any scraps.
He's got it, but he's selling it for first-class stuff, you know. Hey, Grandma. Uh-oh. There's that Mr. Bob Orton coming out of his house.
Junior.
Well, my dear friend. Hello.
Ah, shut up.
Junior, I don't know what I'm going to do with you.
Well, you better start thinking, kiddo, because I get worse on the hour, you know.
You've been asking for this?
Oh, no. You spanked me in front of an outsider. Oh, I am so embarrassed.
You're not embarrassed, Junior. I can see by your face that you're not blushing.
I'm not blushing in my face.
Going shopping?
Yes, we're going down to the butcher store to see if we got any meat for the dog.
You have a dog?
Yes, see, Mary.
Mine disappeared this morning.
Really?
Someone came into my house and took him.
No. Now, who would do a thing like that?
You.
No coaching from the audience, please.
Give Mr. Orton his dog. Let's go. We've
Here
got to
you
get
are.
to the
Go
meat
on.
market.
Well, times like these that make me glad I'm a vegetarian.
Yeah, vegetarian. What's that?
Vegetarian is one who doesn't eat meat, just vegetables.
Oh, I thought they called them Americans.
Let's go, Junior.
Get that license number 903. I saw it.
Junior, hold my hand.
What?
Hold my hand.
What?
Now, careful crossing the street. Now, do I really mean that?
Boy, you sure do love me, don't you, kiddo?
Ooh, just look at the people in front of the butcher shop.
Yes.
You'd think they'd never seen me.
No.
Junior, you
Yeah.
stay here. I'm going to sneak around to the back of the market.
Yes.
Maybe the employees' entrance is open. Now, you hold my place in line.
You better, well, I'll squeeze right in here. Here.
Oh, get out of my shopping bag.
All right, stand back, folks. Stand back. Give me some mail. I'm dying. Give me some mail.
I'm sorry, little boy.
I'm not a widow boy. I've been in line so long I shrunk.
Are you doing the shopping?
Yeah, that's why I got on my old ragged clothes, you know. I look so pitiful it tears them butcher's hearts out, you know. Yeah, I see it's not working. I powder me face with some flour. Boy, that pale look gets them every time, you know.
So was that lady your mother or your nurse?
No, that's my grandmother. My mother's in jail.
In jail?
Yeah. She lost her head out the zoo. Killed 9 storks before they could catch her. She went stork raving mad out there, that kid did. I hope this butcher store don't open until Grandma gets back. She went down the street to the other butcher shop.
There's another meat market?
Sure, they got a better selection. Not too loud. The meat's cheaper, too, you know. I just saw them unloaded. 2 guys with guns taking out a cow. I saw them.
Yeah? Well, where did you say this meat market was?
3 blocks down the street.
Step aside, folks.
Well, you're going to have to run faster than me.
Here.
What happened to you? running. I can't understand it.
We can't we, folks? Good morning. Oh, let's go in, Grandma. I got a feeling that mob's going to be back in a couple of minutes. And they won't be pussyfooting in either, boy. Look, meat, Grandma, meat.
Now, don't get so excited.
Excited? Well, then go down the walk. You're dragging me on the floor. Goodness. Hey, what's that big machine over there, Grandma?
That's a slicing machine, and don't go near it.
Okay.
I don't want two of you running around here.
Well, what can I do for you, madam? Well, you can turn your back so we can clean out this joint.
Quiet, Junior. What do you have, Buster?
Just what you see here. Well, either way, you need glasses or you need some meat. One or the other.
Do you have some ham under the counter?
We sold it last night.
The ham?
The counter. However, I do have pig's feet. Well, I got pigeon toes, but I don't brag about it. Say, you're a smart little fella. What's your name? Junior. Is that all? That's too much right there.
Do you have any ham?
No, just pig's feet. She don't want pig's feet. She wants some ham, something higher up on the hog. Some hips. You got any hips? A nice boy. Don't pass me bite. Oh, he bit me. Now that's the first fresh meat I've tasted in weeks. I wish you'd hurry up and buy your meat and leave. Okay, Grandma, you go ahead and buy the meat. I'm going to look around. I'm going to look in this big ice box here. It's open. Going inside and cool myself off. It sure is hot today. The humidity is awful in here. Oh, boy, it sure is cold in here. Oh, look at all the meat. I believe I've died and gone to hell. I wonder where to get all this meat. Wonder what's in this box over there. I'm going to go tell Grandma. Grandma, don't buy none of this stuff from me.
Why, Junior?
Look what I found. Horseshoes.
Remember, we'll all be back with the next Tuesday at the same time. Red Skelton, David Forrester and his orchestra, Anita Ellis, Verna Felton, G.G. Pearson, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. Until next Tuesday, then.
Red Skelton saying bye now. Thanks for listening, and thanks for buying Raleigh.
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all 5 counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied, burley blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. Deep down, satisfying goodness.
That's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel. Leaves only a clean, dry ash.
And that's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Grip cut for slow, even, cool burning.
Yes, Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
The brand of grand aroma. Keeps home, sweet home.
It's Sir Walter Raleigh. Sooner or later, your favorite tobacco.
Yes, a favorite with college men, servicemen, businessmen. Men everywhere who appreciate quality pipe smoking. Try Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
9:03.
Brown and Williamson invite you to other good listening during the week. Listen to People Are Funny next Friday night and join us again with Red Skelton next Tuesday. Red Skelton is heard on this program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn Mayer. Red Skelton is brought to you by the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
That's right, folks. C for comedy, A for Abbott, M for Maxwell, E for Ennis, L for Lou Costello. Put them all together and they spell Camel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. And draw up a chair for tonight's Camel Show starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello, come here. Costello, will you come over here, please? Will you listen to me? What are you writing on that pad?
Hey, Abbott.
What are you writing on that pad?
I'm just making out a list of girls I'm going to kiss next week. Here's who I got picked out. Lizzie Schwartz, Maggie Mugglemeyer, Tessie Tinfoil, Lana Turner.
Now, wait a minute. Lana Turner wouldn't kiss you.
Oh, no?
Oh, no.
Then I'll scratch it off my list.
I love you. You dummy, always thinking of girls. Girls. Great men don't waste their time on girls. Where do you suppose Benjamin Franklin would have been if he'd have thought of girls all of the time?
In the front row at Earl Carroll's?
No. Costello, I've been telling you for the past 3 weeks. You've got to quit chasing girls and get yourself a job. Look at you. Look how sloppy you are. Look at your socks.
I can't help my socks, Abbott. It's those new Hickok plastic garters.
What's the matter with them?
Your socks stay up, but your legs fall down. Luke Costello. Here, boy. Right away, Paso. I'm looking for Luke Costello.
Boy, he is Luke Costello.
The famous Luke Costello. The one and only Luke Costello. Yes. That's me. Gee, I listen to you on the radio every Thursday night. You break me up when you say, how do you do? Wait a minute. That ain't me. That's the Mad Russian. You're saying? Who's going to take this telegram?
I'll take it.
It's correct. $14.
He'll take it. Don't give it to me. Here, boy. Hey, Costello. This telegram is from Joe DiMaggio. Listen to this. Dear Lou, as you know, I am recovering from a foot operation. I would appreciate you taking my place. Appreciate you taking my place on the New York Yankees until I recover. Please report to the Yankee Stadium immediately. Signed, Joe DiMaggio.
Abbott.
Hey, that's wonderful.
News. That's the news I've been waiting for. I'm going to be a big league ball player.
Yes.
DiMaggio probably heard about my playing with the Cucamonga Wildcats last year.
You a ball player? I don't believe it, Costello. You know nothing about ball.
Oh, no, I eat baseball. I live baseball. All night when I'm asleep, I dream about baseball.
Don't you ever dream about girls?
What, and miss my turn up at bat? Yes. And another thing, Abbott. What page are you on?
Never mind what page you're on.
And another thing, Abbott. Not only that, in Patterson, New Jersey, I worked out with a baseball team. I used to stay out till 4 o'clock in the morning.
Why did you stay out till 4 o'clock in the morning?
This was a girls' baseball team.
Costello, if you're going to play with the New York Yankees, you really have to know something about big league baseball, Lou.
I know all about baseball.
All right, suppose there's a left-handed pitcher pitching. What do?
I put in a right-handed batter.
Now, suppose there's a right-handed pitcher pitching.
I put in a left-handed batter.
But now I trick you. I take out the right-handed pitcher and put in a left-handed pitcher.
Then I double-cross you. I take out my left-handed batter and put in a right-handed batter.
Now, wait a minute. Where are you getting all those right-handed batters?
The same place where you're getting all those left-handed pitchers.
Oh.
Hello, Bud. Hello, Louis, honey.
It's Marilyn Maxwell.
Hello, Marilyn. I've got great news. I'm going to play ball with the New York Yankees. I'm taking you along as a pitcher.
Oh, now, Costello, Marilyn Maxwell can't pitch.
Oh, no? You should see all the guys she struck out that were trying to get to first base. This kid has got some nice curves.
Oh, Louis, you're so sweet. But I do hope you be careful. You know big league baseball is a very dangerous game.
Oh, what's dangerous about baseball, Marilyn?
Well, I read in the paper this morning that in the opening game in Boston, 5 players died on base.
Marilyn, you don't seem to know much about baseball. Let me show you how to play indoor baseball. First, I put my left arm around your waist. Then I snuggle my head on your shoulder like this. Then I press my cheek against your cheek.
Oh, wait a minute, Costello. That's not the way to play indoor baseball.
How do you like that? Every season, new rules.
Well, goodbye and good luck, Louis. I just know you'll become famous with those New York Yankees.
Marilyn's right, Costello. This is your chance to become famous. Now, you've got a good job as a baseball player, and you might find your proper niche in life.
Yes, I might. I mean, after all, if I find my... What will I find?
A niche. You'll find your niche.
Abbott, when I find an itch, I scratch it.
No. What in the world are you talking about?
An itch. I once had the 7-year itch.
What happened?
I scratched real fast and got rid of it in 3.5 years.
I'm not talking about that kind of an itch. I mean an itch in life. A niche in life is what everyone is looking for. Anyone who is successful has found a niche.
Well, if that's the case, I know an Airedale that is doing very well.
Listen to me, Costello. When I say a niche, I don't mean a niche like you have when you have an itch. I mean a niche like you have when you have a notch.
Oh, you don't mean an itch like an itch when you have an itch. You mean an itch like you have when you have a notch.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Costello, why do you mash everything up like that? You're the most mixed up man I ever saw.
Well, maybe it's because I fell on my mother's mix master this morning. She had it set for mashed potatoes. I'm all muzzy.
I know that, you idiot. All I'm trying to tell you is that a niche is a notch. Catch?
Natch.
All right. Now you know that a an itch is a notch. You know that both of them are the same.
Yes.
Now, I could have a notch and you could have an itch.
Yes, nitch to me and notch to you.
I'm only trying to impress you the importance of being a big league ball player and having a good income. Did you ever draw a nice, big, fat salary?
No, I never drew a fat celery, but I once sketched a skinny tomato.
No. So when I say draw, I don't mean draw like you draw when you draw. I mean draw like you draw when you draw a salary.
Abbott, let me smell your breath. Mm-hmm. Just as I thought. You've drawn one too many already.
Listen to me, please. When I say you draw a salary, I mean you draw money.
Now he's got me drawing money. Wait till the FBI finds out about this. I'll probably draw 20 years in a clink. And they don't feed you any celery in there either.
Costello, when I say you draw money, I mean you draw like you draw money to spend it. Not like when you draw on an easel.
That's what I always say. With money, it's easel come, easel go.
Everybody draws money. I draw money. I've been drawing money for years. My brother draws money. He's been drawing money for years.
You draw, and your brother draws?
Certainly.
Just as I thought. You and your brother are an old pair of drawers.
Experience is the best teacher. It happened shortly after the end of the war. 2 cigarettes glow in the dusk on the veranda of a country house as a man and woman are chatting. The woman remarks,
Robert, you've changed your cigarette brand. This is a Camel. I can tell without even looking.
Yes, I have changed my brand. You know how we smoked whatever cigarettes we could get during the war?
Don't I?
Yes, I must have tried all the brands during that shortage. That's when I found I liked Camel's best.
And weren't you right?
Yes, experience is the best teacher. During the wartime shortage, people smoked whatever cigarettes they could get. It was this experience that taught millions the differences in cigarette quality. As smokers tried cigarette after cigarette on their T-zones, that's T for taste and T for throat, it was Camel's rich, full flavor and cool mildness that stood out from all the others. The result?
Today, more people smoke Camels than ever before.
Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. And while you light up a Camel, here's Skinny Ennis with Linda.
When I go to sleep, I never count sheep. I count all the charms about Linda. Lately it seems all of my dreams, I walk with my arms about Linda. But what good does it do me? For Linda doesn't know I exist. Can't help feeling gloomy. Think of all the loving I've missed. We pass on the street, my heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while, and then I would get to know Linda. But miracles still happen, and when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine. On the street, my heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while, and then I would get to know Linda. But miracles still happen, and when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine.
To be a big league ball player, you've got to get yourself in shape. Now, From 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., you lift weights. From 9 to 10, deep knee bends. 10 to 11, skip rope. 11 to 12, run 5 miles.
12 to 1, I'll never make it.
Hey, look. You idiot, you'll never be a ball player. Staying up late and going to nightclubs, eating rich food, running around with beautiful girls. Do you know what can happen to you?
Yes, I can become manager of the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Costello. I don't even know why DiMaggio picked you. You don't even know how to swing a bat.
I know all about swinging bats. When I was a kid, my father used to hit me with a baseball bat. My brother used to hit me with a baseball bat. My Uncle Artie Stebbins used to hit me with a baseball bat. And my mother used to hit me with a tennis racket.
With a tennis racket?
Yes, she didn't like baseball.
Well, it's Skinny Ernest.
Hey, Costello. I heard about you taking Joe DiMaggio's place with the New York Yankees.
That's right.
You know, I used to pitch for the Hollywood Stars. And boy, I'll never forget my last game. There were 5 men on base.
No, wait a minute. Wait. 5 men on base. Now, that's impossible.
Did you ever see the Hollywood Stars play?
Ennis, I've seen the Hollywood Stars, and I don't remember you.
Oh, I've changed a lot since then. I had the biggest buck teeth you ever saw. I was the only man on the team that could slide into second base and spike you from either end. Well, so long, Fatso.
So long, Skinny. So long. Hey, you know that Skinny would make an ugly skeleton?
All right. Don't waste time with him. Now, you've got to get ready for the opening game.
Yes, I think we're going to play the Cleveland Indians.
Cleveland Indians, eh?
Uh-huh.
Feller pitching?
Certainly there's a feller pitching. Who do you think they'd use, a girl?
Oh, I know they don't use a girl. I said feller pitching.
What feller?
Feller with the Cleveland Indians.
Look, Abbott, there's 9 guys on the Cleveland team. Now, which feller are you talking about?
Feller that pitches. There is only one feller with Cleveland.
You mean 9 Yankees are going to play against one feller?
That's right.
You mean there's no fellers in the outfield?
No.
And there's no fellers in the infield?
No, Cleveland only has one feller.
Well, this fella must be pretty good if he don't need any other players but himself.
Look, all the players will be out there helping him.
You just said there was only one feller on the team.
That's right.
Then where did all them other fellers come from?
Oh, you idiot. When I say there's only one feller on the team, I mean there is only one feller that pitches.
Well, Abbott, when the manager of the team wants this pitcher, what does he call him?
Feller.
You mean he just hollers, "Hey, feller!" And this guy knows that they mean him?
That's right. His name is Feller, Bob Feller. And when I say there is only one feller on the team that pitches, that's it. And the feller that pitches is Feller. There's only the other fellers on the team, but there's only one feller.
Boy, are you mixed up. Oh, you mean the feller that pitches is feller. And there's other fellas on the team, but they're not fellas?
Now you grasp it.
Yes, I grasp it, but it keeps slipping out of my hand.
Let's go into this sporting goods store and get your baseball equipment. I want you to look right for the opening game. Now, go ahead and ask that lady there where they keep the baseball uniform.
Pardon me, miss.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Abbott.
Hello.
And Mr. Costello.
Hello.
You soft little monute.
What are you doing in the sporting goods store, miss?
Oh, I just stopped in to get a gift for my nephew. I'm buying him a bars ball.
Bars ball? Abbott, you know what a bars ball is. That's what the poocher throws to the coocher. And the booter tries to boot a home run.
My nephew is just a lotto trope, but his ambition is to be a Brooklyn Dodger catcher.
Well, if he's only a little guy, why don't he join the Detroit Cougars and be a short stoop?
Well, I must be going. As we say in Chinese, eat your gooey hot suey on to you.
And a dish of gooey chop suey and a push for you, too.
Hey, look, that fella. Here comes the salesman now.
Oh, good morning, boys. As Johnny Weissfellow said to Buster Crab, what dive did you come out of?
Well, my friend and I are here to get some baseball equipment. I'd like to see a baseball uniform that would fit Costello.
So would I. Look, as Adam said to Eve, quit ribbing me. However, I'll do the best I can. We'll start with the spiked shoes. What size do you wear?
8.
Oh, let me see. I've only got one pair left, and they're size 5. Maybe you can squeeze into them, Costello. Go ahead and try. Okay. What do you know? Open-toed baseball shoes. Now for the uniform. My, you're certainly a pudgy little rascal, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Aren't you overweight?
I'm about 120 pounds overweight, but I'm going back to my normal weight.
Yes, that's normal.
60 pounds overweight.
Gosh, Sally, you should really go on a diet. Yeah, of course you know what a diet is, don't you?
Oh, sure. That's where you can eat all you want of everything you don't like.
Young man, if you really want to reduce, why don't you exercise with a couple of dumbbells?
Okay, I'm ready whenever you and Abbott are.
All right. We've got to get your baseball equipment. Mister, do you have any bats?
Oh, certainly. Here's a fine bat. Autographed by Slaughter of the Cardinals. This bat was made for Slaughter.
Ain't you got one that was made for baseball?
When he says Slaughter, he means Slaughter, the baseball player.
Slaughter, the baseball player? With that bet, you could slaughter anybody.
No, Costello, I'm talking about Slaughter. Everybody knows Slaughter. He knows Slaughter.
Well, maybe he knows Slaughter, but I don't know him.
You idiot. Everybody knows Slaughter, the baseball player. Slaughter is the man's last name.
What's his first name?
He knows.
Now, there's a clever guy. He knows his first name.
Oh, forget about the bat. Look, mister, do you have a baseball cap that will fit Costello's head?
What size pencil sharpener does he wear? Oh, a baseball cap. Oh, yes, here's a dandy. This is the kind fella wears.
What fella?
The fella with the Cleveland Indians.
There's 9 players with the Cleveland Indians. Which fella are you talking about?
Oh, young man, when I say fella with the Cleveland Indians, I am only referring to one fella. The fellow that pitches with the Cleveland Indians.
When you say the fellow with the Cleveland Indians, you're only referring to one fella. The fellow that pitches for the Cleveland Indians.
Yes. As Orville said to Wilbur, you're right.
How do you like that? Now they're doing our routines in sporting goods stores.
Oh, forget about him, Costello. Hey, wait a minute. I've got an idea. Mrs. Wetwash's late husband used to be a big league ball player. Now, he was a home run king, in other words. Now, maybe she'll give you one of his bats for good luck. Let's go over to her house and ask her.
Oh, okay. I'll go right over now, huh? You're right, Abbott. As John Adams said to Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. How do you like that? I forgot what John Adams said to Henry Wadsworth Longfellow.
Well, good morning, Mrs. Wetwash.
Oh, hello, Mr. Abbott. Oh, my. You know you ought to muzzle that St. Bernard dog. Oh, pardon me. It's Costello. Tell me,
Mrs. Wetwash, I wish you hadn't have said that. I was just telling Abbott your face reminds me of a rose.
Oh, really? An American Beauty rose?
No, a rhinoceros.
Costello. Mrs. Wetwash, Costello's leaving for New York to join Joe DiMaggio's place. Take Joe's place. Isn't that wonderful? He's going to play with the Yanks.
Oh, I can't believe it.
Yes.
What do those big Yanks want with a little jerk like him?
Mrs. Wetwash, that was an insult. I'll have you know that beautiful women find me irresistible.
I don't find you irresistible.
And I don't find you beautiful.
Quiet, Costello. Ask her for those baseball bats her husband left her.
Okay. Mrs. Wetwash, I understand when your husband was alive, he had a lot of old bats.
That's a lie. He never went out with anybody but me.
Mrs. Wetwash. Costello means your husband's baseball bats. You see, he thought you might give him one of them.
Yes, that's right, Mrs. Wetwash. You see, I need a good bat.
Oh, you need a good bat. I'll be glad to help you out.
Can I have the bat right now?
Right now.
Presents lovely Marilyn Maxwell for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Sea of Grass. For Camel fans everywhere and in honor of New Orleans Jazz Week, Marilyn sings for the first time on the air the title song of the picture, New Orleans.
You know what it means to miss New Orleans and miss it each night and day. I know I'm not wrong, the feeling's getting stronger the longer I stay away. There's the moss-covered vines, the tall sugar pines, where mockingbirds used to sing. And I'd like to see the lazy Mississippi hurrying into spring. The magnolias in June. And soon I'm wishing that I were there. Do you know what it means to miss New Orleans when that's where you left your heart? And there's something more. I miss the one I care for more than I miss New Orleans. More than I miss New
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
3 leading independent research organizations asked this question of 113,597 doctors. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel. Now, you probably enjoy rich, full flavor and cool mildness in a cigarette just as much as doctors do. And that's why, if you're not a Camel smoker now, try a Camel on your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat. Your true proving ground for any cigarette. See if Camel's rich flavor of superbly blended choice tobaccos isn't extra delightful to your taste. See if Camel's cool mildness isn't in harmony with your throat. See if you, too, don't say, Camels suit my T-zone to a T.
Well, Costello, I'm going to New York with you. You know, Bucky Harris, the Yanks manager, gave me a job as coach for as long as you're on the team.
Look, Abbott, if you're a coach, you must know all the players.
I certainly do.
Well, you know, I never met the guys, so you'll have to tell me their names, and then I'll know who's playing on the team.
Oh, I'll tell you their names, but you know, strange it may seem, they give these ball players nowadays very peculiar names.
You mean funny names?
Strange names, pet names, like Dizzy Dean and...
His brother Duffy.
Daffy Dean.
And their French cousin.
French?
Buffet.
Buffet Dean, oh, I see. Well, let's see, we have on the bags, we have who's on first, what's on second, I don't know who's on third.
That's what I want to find out.
I say, who's on first, what's on second, I don't know who's on third.
Are you the manager?
Yes.
You're going to be the coach, too?
Yes.
And you know the fellow's name?
Well, I should.
Well, then who's on first?
Yes.
I mean the fellow's name.
Who?
The guy on first.
Who?
The first baseman.
Who?
The guy playing
Who
first.
is on first?
I'm asking you who's on first.
That's the man's name.
That's whose name?
Yes.
Well, go ahead and tell me.
That's it.
That's who?
Yes.
Look, you got a first baseman?
Certainly.
Who's playing first?
That's right.
When you pay off the first baseman every month, who gets the money?
Every dollar of it.
All I'm trying to find out is the fellow's name on first base.
Who?
The guy that gets the
That's
money.
it.
Who gets the money on
He
first
does, every dollar. Sometimes his wife comes down and collects it.
Whose wife?
Yes. What's wrong with that?
Look, all I want to know is when you sign up the first baseman, how does he sign his name to the
Who?
contract? The guy.
Who?
How does he sign his
That's
name?
how he signs it.
Who?
Yes.
All I'm trying to find out is what's the guy's name on first base?
No, what is on second base?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who's on first?
One base at a time.
Well, don't change the players.
I'm not changing nobody.
Take it easy, buddy.
I'm only asking you, who's the guy on first base?
That's right.
Okay.
All right.
What's the guy's name on first base?
No, what is on second?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who's on first?
I don't know.
Oh, he's on third. We're not talking about him. Now, listen.
How did I get on third base?
Why, you mentioned his name.
If I mention a third baseman's name, who did I say is playing third?
No, who's playing first?
What's on first?
What's on second?
I don't know.
He's on third.
There I go, back on third again. Will you stay on third base?
All right.
Don't go off it?
All right, nobody will know.
Now, who's playing third base?
Why do you insist on putting who on third base?
What am I putting on third?
What is on second?
You don't want who on second?
Who is on first?
I don't know. Third base! Look, you got outfield?
Sure.
The left fielder's name.
Why?
I just thought I'd ask.
Well, I just thought I'd tell you.
Then tell me who's playing left field.
Who is playing first?
I'm not stay out of the infield. I want to know what's the guy's name in left field.
Now, what is on second?
I'm not asking you who's on
Who's
second.
on first?
I don't know. Third base. And the left fielder's name?
Why?
Because.
Oh, he's center field.
Look, you got a pitcher on the team?
Sure.
The pitcher's name?
Tamara.
You don't want to tell me today?
I'm telling you,
Then
man.
Go ahead.
Tamara.
What time?
What time what?
What time tomorrow you're going to tell me who's pitching?
Now, listen, who is not pitching?
I'll
Who is-
break your arm, you say, who's on first. I want to know what's the pitcher's name.
What's on second?
I don't know.
Third base.
Got a catcher?
Certainly.
The catcher's name.
Today.
And tomorrow's pitcher.
Now you've got it.
All we got is a couple of days on the team. I'm a catcher. catcher, too.
So they tell
I
me.
get behind the plate, do some fancy catching. Tomorrow's pitching on my team, and the heavy hitter gets up.
Yes.
Now, the heavy hitter bunts the ball. When he bunts the ball, me being a good catcher, I'm going to throw the guy out of first base, so I pick up the ball and throw it to who?
Now, that's the first thing you've said right.
I don't even know what I'm talking about.
That's all you have to do.
It's to throw the ball at first base.
Yes.
Now, who's got it?
Naturally.
If I throw the ball at first base, somebody's got to get it. Now, who has it?
Naturally.
Who?
Naturally.
Naturally?
Naturally.
So I pick up the ball and I throw it to Naturally.
No, you don't. You throw the ball in the hole.
Naturally.
That's different.
That's what I said.
You're not saying that.
I throw the ball to
You
Naturally.
throw it to who?
Naturally.
That's it.
That's what I said.
That's it. You ask me.
I throw the ball to who?
Naturally.
Now you ask me.
You throw the ball to who?
Naturally.
That's it.
Same as you. Same as you. I throw the ball to who? Whoever it is drops the ball and the guy runs to second.
Yes.
Who picks up the ball and throws it to what? What throws it to? I don't know. I don't know. Throws it back to tomorrow. Triple play.
Yes.
Another guy gets up and it's a long fly ball to be caught. Why? I don't know. He's on third and I don't give a darn.
Well, what?
I said I don't give a darn.
Oh, that's our shortstop.
I mean,
Just a moment for Camel cigarettes. During the war, the makers of Camel cigarettes sent a total of more than 150 million free Camels to our fighting men overseas. Now free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Fort Lyon, Colorado, USAF Station Hospital, Davis-Monthan Field, Tucson, Arizona, U.S. Naval Hospital, Quantico, Virginia, U.S. Marine Hospital, Baltimore, Maryland, and Veterans Hospital, Palo Alto, California. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week. Are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where men are still stationed and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now back to Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
What is that, Lou, you've got in your hand there? Another telegram?
Hey, Abbott, look, I just got a telegram from Joe DiMaggio.
Well, go ahead and read it.
Okay. Dear Lou, just heard your show. I think you have the makings of the world's greatest natural ball player. You have spiked teeth, a club head, and you've been off your base for years.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody, and a special good night to Joe DiMaggio. Get well quick, Joe.
Listen to Abbott and Costello again next Thursday night when Costello is going to build himself a new prefabricated house. You can imagine the trouble he'll get into. I don't know whether it'll be a 1-story house or a 2-story house, but anyway, that's another story.
Prince Albert Pipe Appeal. They're one and the same thing. Any tobacco burns, makes smoke, but where else can you find the tobacco that has the pipe appeal of Prince Albert? The coolness, mildness, the rich, full flavor. Prince Albert is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Crim cut to smoke slow and cool. So pack your pipe with mellow, rich PA. Enjoy Pipe Appeal with Prince Albert. And while we're speaking of enjoying yourself, be sure to tune in on Grand Ole Opry on NBC Saturday night. You all know and love the songs of America, but this week you have something extra special in store for you. Red Foley and his guests, Ernest Tubb and Roy Acuff. Grand Ole Opry Saturday night on NBC.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. C-A-M-E-L-S. Abbott and Costello's famous baseball routine, Who's On First, is now available at Phonograph Records. This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep this under your hat. The secret word tonight is chair, C-H-A-I-R.
Really?
You bet your life! Elgin American, creators of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, finest dresser sets, presents Groucho Marx in the Elgin American show, You Bet Your Life. The comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here's that sterling Elgin American, the one, the only...
Is he back again? Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx.
Thank you. Well, here I am again, happy to report we're starting our third season for the same sponsor, Elgin American Compacts. I saved my money all summer, and tonight we have $1,000 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a pair of newlyweds, and here they are, Mr. and Mrs. Roland Carr. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, to You Bet Your Life. Need to say the secret word at any time we're talking, you'll win $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Newlyweds, eh? How newlywed are you, eh?
July 31st.
I was talking to your husband. Roland, does she always answer for you?
No, I don't always.
Gene Carr, don't you ever let him say anything? Where'd you get him, in front of a cigar store?
No.
Chatterbox, that's you, Roland. How old are you?
I'm 31.
And what's your age, Gene?
30.
And where are you from?
Jamestown, North Dakota.
Roland, what's your home place?
New York City.
You live in different towns, eh? Well, when you each go back home, I hope you'll be writing to each other. What kind of work do you do, Roland?
I work in a bank.
You work in a bank, eh? And judging who's been doing the talking, your wife must be the teller. Just what do you do in the bank?
Well, I'm the operations officer.
You operate in the bank? Have you got your knife with you? No, I've always envied you people who work in banks. You have such a short day. What do you do after 3 o'clock, Roland?
Well, after the bank is closed, when we do our hardest work.
I see, Is the president of the bank aware of this?
Well, he works after the bank is closed, too.
Oh, you're all in cahoots, Well, that's one way for a young bridegroom to put away a lot of money, work nights in a bank. Gene, how did you meet this old banker here, huh?
I used to work in the same bank.
After hours or during the regular hours? Now, since you're newlyweds, we have some appropriate wedding gifts from our sponsor. George?
For Gene, Elgin American's beautiful dresser set in jeweler's bronze with a look of gold. And isn't that engraved floral design lovely, Gene?
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you very much.
And Roland, we'd like you to have this slim, sleek, sterling silver cigarette case by Elgin American, handsomely engraved.
It's very swell.
Where did you two kids go on your honeymoon?
We went to San Francisco and Lake Tahoe.
Mm-hmm. That's an ideal honeymoon. Which one of you went to Frisco, huh? Gene, how many of your old boyfriends have you seen since you've been married?
I haven't seen a single one.
Just the married ones, eh? Remember that, Roland. You see how easy it is to trap your wife? Gene, can you honestly say that marriage is as perfect as you'd always dreamed?
Well, no. We have a few little problems.
Small problems? What are their names, Do you plan on having a family, Roland?
Yes, we do.
About how many?
Oh, about 2.
Well, being a banker, you're going to have to consult the other stockholder before you can declare dividends. Now, Gene, do you think Roland will make a good father?
Yes, he will.
Well, why are you so certain?
Children like him, and he's very gentle and understanding with them.
You anything to add to that, Roland?
No, I can't add anything to that.
Just going to stand there and simper, huh? Now, as a recent Benedict, what are some of the advantages of married life?
Well, it shows a man the right direction in which to go.
You mean she's already told you where to go? Well, you make a charming and a very amiable couple, and I know you'll make wonderful parents. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to work together for $1,000. Fenneman, you've got a whole summer to practice what you're going to say. Speak your piece.
Young Mrs. Chester went to her dresser to fix up her hair real pretty. When she got there, the dresser was bare.
What? No Elgin American dresser set?
No! What a pity! But she rushed right down to her favorite store and bought the smartest dresser set they had. What kind was it? Naturally. Elgin American dresser sets are exquisitely designed. Have jewel-like finish, precision craftsmanship throughout. Have nylon bristles, specially ground mirrors. They're the most fashionable decorator touch you could give a bedroom. They look like $1 million, but cost as little as $14.95. And if you're extra thrifty, There's Elgin American's companion line of American Beauty dresser sets that start at only $7.95. Here's the big, impressive gift to thrill anyone. And don't let your dresser, your guest room, go bare another day. Tomorrow, buy these values you'll value for years. Dresser sets by Elgin American.
Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,000 question. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. Fenneman, bring them up to date on the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 question at the end of the program. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
We picked songs.
Songs from recent Broadway musicals? Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$10.
All right. This song is from South Pacific. Give me the title of it.
Valley High.
Valley High is right.
And they're on their way, Groucho. They have $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of your $30 will you try now?
We'll bet 20.
Let's see if you can identify this tune from Kiss Me Kate. Play, Jerry.
I'm always true to you, darling.
Always true to you, darling, in my fashion.
They're really on their way. They have $50.
That shows he's a groom. Now, here's your third question. How much of the 50 are you going to risk?
We'll bet 35.
Here's another song from South Pacific. What's the title of it? Some Enchanted Evening.
They're really climbing now. They have $85.
You have now climbed the Mount McKinley of $85, and here's your last chance to beat the other couple. How much are you going to try?
We'll bet $70.
$70. Ethel Merman sang this song, and Annie, get your gun. What's the name of it?
There's no business like
show business. No business like show business is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $155.
Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compact. Stick around now. You might still get the crack at the big question.
Groucho, our next couple has been in a waiting room off stage. Perhaps they'll say the secret word. It's chair. We invited some wrestlers and some librarians for the show tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected librarian Mary Horan and wrestler Terry McGinnis. And here they come. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, for Elgin American Compacts. And if you say the secret word at any time we're talking, I'll fork over $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. The wrestler and the librarian, eh? Miss Mary Horan, at which library do you work?
The Central Library, the Los Angeles Public Library.
Mm-hmm. And how's business there? Quiet?
Yes, very quiet.
A little joke I bet you always use when somebody asks you how's business. Eh?
Oh, yes.
How's business?
Very quiet.
Very good. I thought maybe things were humming since you do a volume business. Bone Crusher, Terry McGinnis, huh? Are you married?
Yes, sir.
How'd you meet your wife? Did you go up to her to dance and say, may I have the next half, Nelson?
Groucho, I met her in Australia.
And what were you doing there?
I was there wrestling.
What, kangaroo?
I have wrestled a kangaroo.
Have you? Isn't it difficult to wrestle a kangaroo? How do you talk business before the match? Huh?
That we don't do, Groucho.
With a kangaroo. You can't strike me. I'm sitting down. Besides that, I'm an elderly man and I wear glasses. Huh? Librarian, you've been very quiet. Where do you think you are, in the public library? How's business?
Very slow.
Very slow. Well, it's changing. It was a little quiet a while ago. Now, Mary, how did you happen to become a librarian? Did you start out as a bookie? Hey, you're a pretty good-looking gal to be working in the library. I never know they had girls like that. Are you married, Mary?
No, I'm not.
No. You're a circulating librarian? What kind of a man are you looking for, Mary?
A nice, quiet, companionable sort of person who's well-read and likes good cultural things and good-looking and about 6 feet.
You don't want a man. You want Dr. Elliott's 6-foot shelf, huh? Wrestler, McGinnis, haven't you got a ring name like Gorgeous Sam or the Blimp or Derriere Dan or something? Huh? No. What do they call you in the ring? And remember, we're on the radio.
They call me Irish Terry McGinnis.
They call you Irish Terry McGinnis? What part of Romania do you hail from?
The Irish part.
Now, Miss Horan, let's get back to you. It's much safer. Now, there's a big article about me in the October Radio Mirror magazine. Suppose I breeze down to your library next Sunday afternoon. Would you help me find the magazine?
No, I wouldn't.
Well, that's not very cooperative. Why not?
Well, the public library is not open on Sundays.
Well, I'll be bound. How's business?
Very quiet.
Very quiet. Well, you're holding your own anyhow. Miss Horan, as a librarian, do you like to wrestle?
I never have wrestled.
Well, maybe that's why you're not married, huh? Well, Miss Horan, here's something I know you'll fall in love with instantly. George, tell her about it.
Well, it's a luxurious sterling silver compact by Elgin American. It's hand engraved with a 14-karat gold picture frame border. How do you like it, Miss Horan?
Very beautiful.
And for our wrestler, something his wife will thoroughly appreciate. A sterling silver compact just like it by Elgin American.
I know she'll love it.
Now tell me, Glamorous Gus, how much do you weigh, huh?
240 pounds, 6'2".
All that meat and no vegetables. Except the cauliflower ear. You know, Terry, there's an ugly rumor going around that some professional wrestling matches are fixed. Is there anything to this?
Absolutely not. That's an ugly rumor.
How many ugly rumors have you wrestled in your time? Now let's play You Bet Your Life. If you can beat our other two couples in the quiz, you'll get a crack at the $1,000 question. Fenneman, remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The newlyweds won $155.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
Paper money.
Pick names for paper money. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$5.
$5. How much money is a grand?
$1,000.
$1,000 is right.
They're on their way. They have $25.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of your $25 will you try?
10.
10? All right. How much money is a fin?
$5.
$5 is correct.
Now they have $35.
You now have $35, and here's your third question. How much of the 35 will you attempt?
10.
10.
Let's spend a little more. Let's spend 25.
All right, 25. All right with you, Mary. How much money is a sawbuck?
$10.
$10 is correct.
They're on their way. They have $60.
All right, you've got $60. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 60 are you going to risk?
$50.
$50? Is that all right with you, Mary? All right. How much money is a case note?
How much money is a what?
A case note. C-A-S-E.
$50?
No, it's $100.
No, I'm sorry. It's $1.
They wind up with $10.
Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compacts. Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play You Bet Your Life, and then we know it gets a $1,000 question. Fenneman, now it's your turn.
All right, Groucho. Listen. Those are waves caressing the shores of Majorca, the most romantic island in the Mediterranean. Here on Majorca, after searching the corners of the world, Elgin American has found the most perfect pearls ever created by man. Pearls worthy of the Elgin American name. Now, these pearls can be yours. Rich, lustrous, glowing with a deep-sea beauty all their own. Elgin American pearls are perfectly matched, superbly styled, with glamorous, luxurious clasps, and fashioned into wonderful single, double, and triple strand necklaces, as well as ropes, chokers, and graceful earrings. Presented in their beautiful jewel and gift boxes, Elgin American pearls are truly the most magnificent gift you can give or receive. Yet, prices start at just $2. The finest simulated pearls at any price. Buy them tomorrow. Treasure their opalescent beauty forever. Wear them proudly. For these are Elgin American pearls.
Well, then we'll soon know who's going to earn the most money and get the chance at the $1,000 question. George, who's leading so far?
Well, the newlyweds are leading with $155. And here's our final couple. They've been in the waiting room off stage, so they don't know the secret word is chair. Our studio audience selected a druggist and a housewife to be next. And here they come. Mrs. Margaret Harvey and Mr. Quentin Snavely. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks. Welcome for Elgin American Compacts. If you say the secret word at any time we're talking, I'll hand over $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. A druggist and a housewife, eh? Mr. Quentin Snavely?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. You're the druggist, I presume.
That's right, sir.
Where are you from, Doc?
Santa Monica.
Mrs. Margaret Harvey. What's your hometown?
Philadelphia.
Quentin, are you married?
Yes, I am.
My wife first became interested in me in a drugstore. She fell in love with my picture on a bottle of iodine. Now, aspirin tablet, as a druggist, just what do you do?
What do I do with an aspirin tablet?
No, what? Well, there are only so many things you can do with an aspirin tablet. I say, as a druggist, just what do you do?
I fill prescriptions.
Don't you sell anything besides drugs in your drugstore?
Oh, yes, we sell football tickets and,
That's a nice combination. Aspirin and football tickets,
and,
Imagine a fella has arthritis and comes in and gets a football ticket, huh? What does your husband do, Mrs. Harvey?
He fills crates in a warehouse.
Fills crates in a warehouse? Fills them with what?
Well, anything they have there to fill them with.
Well, that seems like a pretty simple job. Just grab anything around there and throw it in a box. I don't think we're quite clear on this. After he fills these crates with this debris, what happens to these crates?
Well, they ship them out.
How did you meet him? Was he throwing you in one of the crates?
I met him in a cemetery.
You met him in a cemetery?
Yes.
He just went from one box to another. Well, tell me, Mrs. Harvey, was he alive when you met him?
Very much so.
What was this ghoul doing out there in the cemetery?
Well, he was a grave digger.
He sounds like a lot of fun, this kid. What were you doing in the cemetery, Mrs. Harvey?
Well, I always made a shortcut through the cemetery.
You made a shortcut and ran into him?
I had a hobby of reading epitaphs.
You had a hobby of reading epitaphs?
Yes.
I mean, in the evening by the fire, you mean?
Home from work, I used to cut through there and I read the epitaph.
I see.
Yes.
And? Was his name on one of them? Well, that's a nifty way to start a romance. So, what was he doing?
Well, when I was reading on the epitaph, I saw the picture of this man, and he was a gruesome-looking fella, and I said, gee, you're ugly. And as that somebody said, so are you. And when I came to, there were 3 grave diggers standing around me.
Are you sure you weren't watching Hamlet?
These grave diggers were explaining what had happened.
I see.
They
You
said-
knocked him dead, huh?
Now, this one grave digger was in the grave eating his lunch. When he...
What they call a box lunch. I'm going to lock my door tonight when I get home. So, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm not being rude. I'm just trying to find out more.
When I did wake up, I was sitting in one of those chairs, you know, they have in the cemetery.
Mrs. Harvey, you said chair, and that's the secret word, and that means you win $100 right now, and there it is. Congratulations. Now, where were we when the chair broke, huh?
Well, he said he felt very sorry for what he had said to me.
And then he threw a wreath on you, I suppose. Doc, tell me, how much does your average prescription cost?
They start from 50 cents up, but the average prescription is about $2.
Mm-hmm. And how much do the ingredients cost you?
Trade secret. 20 cents up.
What do you mean up? Up to 22? You mean you have the nerve to charge $2 for something that only costs you 20 cents?
Well, we have our overhead to figure in, our rent, and the knowledge and experience in filling those prescriptions.
Oh, that's a pretty big pill to swallow. You know, I've often wondered how important is the soda fountain to a drugstore. Does it bring in much business?
Well, it brings in the trade, and they buy other things in the store.
Oh, that sounds logical. You have a pumpernickel sandwich on liverwurst, and a banana split, they stagger over to the drug department and buy enough bicarbonate to cover the whole rent, I suppose. Well, I've got a prescription for both of you. Take now these gifts from our sponsor.
Mrs. Harvey, pearls for you. Elgin American's beautiful pearls. They're the finest pearls made by man, and I'm sure you're going to enjoy them.
They're beautiful.
And druggist Snavely, the perfect gift for your wife. Elgin American's exclusive heart-shaped compact that's definitely different. It's jeweler's bronze that looks like gold.
That's the best seller in our store, really.
Ha, there's a man.
Tell me, do you ever have emergencies in your drugstore other than your wife coming in and catching you shaking up a blonde for a bromo? I mean, shaking up a bromo for a blonde? Let's forget the whole thing, huh? Mrs. Harvey, what kind of first aid equipment do you keep around the house?
Oh, I have iodine, corn plasters, bunion plasters.
You have a lot of foot trouble, I take it, huh? That's some hot putting it through that cemetery. What else? Just iodine, corn plasters, foot plasters, no arch supports?
I have headache powders.
Headache powders.
Yes.
I'd like to meet that husband of yours someday. Are there any items missing from that list that she should have in her home, Mr. Snavely?
Well, she didn't mention a tourniquet, and everyone should have one.
Tourniquet, huh? You mean like a tennis tourniquet? What's a tourniquet, huh?
Well, a tourniquet is a apparatus that you put around the arm. Flow of blood.
It stops the blood? Is that good? I'm trying to get mine started, and he's stopping it. What is that for? A snake bite?
That's right.
What does it cost?
It costs $4.95.
Just for a tourniquet?
No, that's part of a snake bite kit. That's the whole kit.
The whole kit? How old is the kid, huh? Now, Doc, suppose Mrs. Harvey came into your drugstore and told you she just had an argument with her husband, and she wanted to buy 100 sleeping pills and a pound of arsenic. What would you do, huh?
I'd be suspicious.
You're a pretty shrewd cookie, Doc. But tell me, would you sell it to her?
No, without a prescription.
I see. You have no objection to her knocking off her husband as long as she has a prescription, huh? Well, you're a very interesting couple, and, Doc, I've been ribbing you druggists, but I didn't mean it, really. The druggist on the corner is an American institution. He's been keeping me hopping for years. Now, Mrs. Harvey and Doc, you're going to play your bet your life the Elgin American game for $1,000. You run your $20 and the more than the other couples, you get the chance at the big question later. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The newlyweds are still ahead with $155.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can bid you $20. What question category did you select?
Nursery rhymes.
Nursery rhymes. Yeah. Well, you ought to be good at that after those obituaries and epitaphs. Huh? Now, here's your first question. How much will it be? How much are you going to bet?
$10.
$10? All right. How many bags of wool did the black sheep have? Take a guess. 3. 3 is right. You got right in under the bet.
Well, on their way with $30.
You sneaked in under the wire that time. Now, remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of your $30 will you try?
We'll try,
20? What was the name of the kid that ran around town in his nightshirt, rapping at windows to see if all the other kiddies were in bed? Take a guess. The bell is tolled. I'm sorry. It was Wee Willie Winky.
They now have $10.
That was a pretty tough one. Now, here's your third question. You have $10 left. How much are you going to try now?
We'll bet 5.
What was Miss Muffet eating when the spider frightened her? What was she?
Curds and whey.
Curds and whey is right, huh?
Well, they're on their way again. They have $15.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couple. How much of the 15 are you going to try?
10. All right, 10.
What skinny guy could eat no fat?
Jack Sprat.
Jack Sprat could eat no fat.
And they wind up with a grand total of $25. And that means the newlyweds with $155 get the chance at the $1,000 question. The name Elgin American means the very finest quality, designing, finish, and craftsmanship. The best value in exquisite compacts, gorgeous simulated pearls, magnificent dresser sets, magic action lighters, wondrous lighter cases, distinguished cigarette cases, handsome military sets, fascinating musical humidors. Your favorite store has a complete assortment of the newest Elgin American styles right now. See them. And for your own proud use, for thrilling prestige gifts, always buy Elgin American. And here's the winning couple, Groucho, the newlyweds.
Well, back again to try for $1,000, eh? Good luck. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so talk it over thoroughly, and no help in the audience, please. Think of your map now. Which of the 48 states extends the closest to the North Pole? Which state of the 48? What answer have you two decided upon?
Wisconsin.
No, I'm sorry. The correct answer is the Lake of the Woods projection in Minnesota is the northernmost point in the United States. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500.
But for beating the other couples, Groucho, they receive the new amazing Apollo 16mm movie projector to show Hollywood sound movies and moving pictures you take yourself.
And in addition, you receive those lovely gifts from Elgin American, and you won $155 in cash. That makes it a very profitable evening all around. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
The Elgin American Show, You Bet Your Life, is a John Goodell production. Transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Remember, next week's big question pays $1,500. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for You Bet Your Life, starring Groucho Marx. Presented by the creators of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, and finest dresser sets, Elgin American.
Good night, folks. Have you looked at your compact lately?
Well, sir, it's about 10 o'clock in the evening as we enter the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here in the living room we find Mr. and Mrs. Victor Gook. Mr. Victor Gook sits in his easy chair under the floor lamp reading the Kitchenware Dealer's Quarterly, while Mrs. Victor Gook occupies a corner of the Davenport and darns socks. But now she looks up and speaks. Listen.
What's your watch say?
Huh?
Look and see what time it is.
Clock on the ring?
I guess so. Something's eating it. Acts like it goes a while and then stops a while. Says 9:20 now.
It's 7 minutes past 10.
Think I'll trot up to bed pretty soon.
Believe I will myself. That screwdriver is still out in the pantry?
What you want with it?
Thought I'd locate the trouble in the clock.
No, sir. Don't you touch that clock.
Well, it's broke, ain't it?
Yeah, but I don't want it any broker. That clock costs lots of money.
Well, I can unscrew the back panel and see if the spring is operating as it should, and then I can...
Remember the last time you fooled with a clock?
No.
When my kitchen alarm went on the warpath and you took it all apart to fix it?
Seems to me
I'm still finding bolts and washers around. Found a spring do-jigger underneath the dining room carpet the other day.
The clock isn't much good unless it keeps time, you know.
I'll have Rush take it downtown Saturday or sometime. Guess this is him now. You, son?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Me for bed. I've had a good big day of it. Cleaning in the morning and Shopping in the afternoons, enough to wear out Bill Dempsey. Where you been since the show let out?
Me and Rooster went in the Greeks and had a nickel soda.
The Greek let you kids sit around his confectionery by the hour when you only spend 5 cents?
He don't like it very much, but what can he do? We're human beings. We got rights. Hello, guy.
Oh. Should think he'd get mad having people take up space.
Get mad or go mad.
Get mad.
He does get mad. He knows me and Rooster only got a dime between us. He knows we'll order nickel sodas and sit in the front booth and look out the window. But his hands are tied. He can't do anything about it. It's his job to serve the public.
Rooster is some public.
Sure. And Rooster rubs it in. On the strength of his nickel soda, he'll make that poor Greek bring him about 9 glasses of water. Sometime that Greek's going to put arsenic in Rooster's water.
Might be a good thing.
How was the show?
Oh, so-so. Gloria Golden doing the same old stuff.
I don't know about high school boys trotting off to moving pictures of a Monday night.
Why?
Ought to stay home and study.
I got all my assignments for tomorrow.
Well, it's the same, though. Movies cost money, and here it is for the very first day of the week. An innocent passerby would think we were millionaires.
You got that expression from me, Ma.
What expression?
Innocent passerby.
It makes no difference where I got the expression. It's crazy to blow in your nice money all the time. We couldn't when we were kids. Could we, Vic?
Every third Christmas, my dad would hand me 2 dimes and a nickel, and he'd say, "Son, here's your spending money."
You had to make 25 cents last year for 3 years, huh?
That's right. And I had a darn good time on it.
I bet you wouldn't crawl in a barrel of Bibles and swear that's a true story.
Get me a barrel of Bible.
Oh, say, got a very exciting chunk of news for you people.
What's that?
Smelly Clark's got a girl.
Has he?
He escorted her to the Bijo tonight.
Well.
I told you Smelly Clark would get himself a girl pretty soon. He's been looking around for a long time now. Finally made the grade.
Who is she?
Goes under the name of Lily Spiegel.
Smelly introduced you to her?
Sure.
Did he say, "Here's my girl, Lily Spiegel"?
He said practically that. Care to hear the entire story?
All right.
You interested, Gar?
Vitally. But forgive me if I drop off to sleep.
You won't drop off to sleep. This news is full of fascinating facts.
Okay.
Well, Rooster and myself arrived at the Bijo early, see? We like to do that so we can stand out in front and watch the innocent passerbys go past. Greet our various acquaintances, get the angle. Also, Rooster enjoys buying his ticket and sticking it in his hat so the innocent passerbys know he's attending the theater. There are certain individuals that stand around in front of the Bijo that got no ticket.
I see.
Well, anyway, we were watching the innocent passerbys go past, and by gosh, come along Smelly Clark and this girl. Rooster saw him first and nudged me. He says, "I bet Smelly's got himself a girl." I says, "I bet he has, too." So we waited till they got up close.
Was she a pretty girl?
So-so.
Blonde or brunette?
They should call her a blonde. Got hair like Frida Kahlo.
Uh-huh.
Well, when Smelly and his girl got up close, me and Rooster called out, "Hello there, Smelly."
Oh, you should have called him by his real name.
Yeah, we thought of that later. Well, anyway, Smelly answered hello and escorted the girl right up to where we were standing. He says, "Lily, I'd love to present Mr. Cook. Mr. Cook, this is Miss Spiegel."
Uh-huh. You did it the right way. Gentleman is always presented to the lady before the lady is presented to the gentleman.
Yeah. And then he says, "Lily, wants you to form the acquaintance of Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, Miss Spiegel." Well, I says, "Happy to meet you, Miss Spiegel," and Rooster got funny and says, "Press the flesh."
That wasn't smart.
He said it out of embarrassment. Rooster ain't at home with girls.
You better learn some manners.
Rooster's okay. Anyway, he likes comical expressions. When he meets a person, he always says, "Put her there, give me 5, or shake the hand that shook the hand of John L. Sullivan," or something. You know.
Mm-hmm.
After the introductions were over, Smelly says, "Miss Spiegel is my lady friend, fellas." He says, "That's so?" He says, "Yeah. Come on, Lily, and I will purchase the tickets."
Nice.
So he marched up to the ticket window, and he says, "Hey, get this guy."
I'm listening.
He says to the woman, "2 tickets for the show, please." 2 tickets for the show, please. What do you think she thought he wanted 2 tickets for? The circus? Of course, me and Rooster were following along right behind. We took in the whole works.
Probably got the poor kid all fussed.
He wasn't fussed. You'd have thought he was the president of the United States, the swell way he handled everything. Well, the woman shoved 2 tickets out through the little window, and Smelly shoved a $1 bill at her. And here's what you won't believe.
What don't you believe?
Smelly says to the ticket lady, "Keep the change." As I sit here and breathe the breath of life, that's the truth. "Keep the change," he said.
Oh, my.
I never heard of buying tickets for the movie show and telling the ticket lady to keep the change.
Neither did I.
It was all for his girl's benefit, see?
Uh-huh.
Well, Rooster like to fainted when Smelly told the ticket lady she could keep the change.
Well, I bet.
What's happened next?
Well, Smelly turned to his girl and says, "Take my arm, dear."
He call her dear?
Sure.
She take his arm?
You bet. And when they got to the door where the fella in the uniform is, Smelly says, here are the tickets for the show. Hey, can you beat that?
No.
Here are the tickets for the show.
And then they go inside.
Uh-huh.
With you and Rooster right at their heels, I suppose.
Sure. We don't want to miss anything.
I bet they selected seats in the front row.
No, they didn't. I was somewhat surprised. They sat down in the center aisle about the middle.
Where'd you and Rooster sit?
Right behind them.
You would.
Why not? We're American citizens.
I bet you made remarks out loud while the picture was going on.
Not at all. They wouldn't have heard us if we did. Because Smelly was making so many remarks out loud.
What kind of remarks?
Let me tell you what happened before the picture started.
All right.
Smelly helped his girl off with her coat, see? And then while he was standing up, he looked the audience all over to see if he could spot any friends of his. He spotted 4 or 5 and gave them all big, deep bows.
Big, deep bows, huh?
Almost touched his toes. Rooster and me suspected him of bowing to a good many strangers in order to give his girl the impression he was very popular around town. He stood there and gave a lot of airy waves at the balcony. But by gosh, there wasn't anybody in the balcony.
Well, where's the remarks he made out loud?
Wait till I tell you about the chewing gum.
Chewing gum?
Smelly whipped out a package of chewing gum, see? He undid the wrapper and offered a stick to his girl. She took some and he took some. Only 2 sticks gone, see?
Yeah.
He was still standing up by his seat. Everybody was watching.
Mm-hmm.
Well, after him and his girl both had a stick of chewing gum out of this full package, he took the rest of the package and threw it away. He did. Right out in the aisle. Just tossed it away. 3 sticks still left in it.
What was the idea?
He was showing his girl he didn't give a darn. Money's no item. Set him up in another alley, you know.
Throwing away a package of chewing gum with only 2 sticks gone.
Yeah. And you ought to see me and Rooster scramble for it.
Well, he'll probably want his chewing gum back next time you see him.
Well, he won't get it. He'd give us a big fatherly smile and turn to his girl and says, children love sweet things, don't they, dear?
Mm-hmm. What were the remarks he made while the picture was going on?
He was explaining the movie to his girl. Told her all about how it was going to come out and so on. You could hear him 10 feet away. I think the fellow with the mustache is the villain, dear. Up that Cameron is after them jewels, dear. That's a bomb he's got, dear. He's going to blow up the place, dear. All through the show he kept that up. I figured somebody'd ask the usher to throw him and his girl out in their ear, but he got away with it in good shape. Take it all around, I never saw a guy have so much fun as Smelly had this evening.
Does that conclude your story?
Yeah.
Guess I'll stroll up to bed then.
You know what?
What?
I think I'll look around for a lady friend.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block. And there we leave Crisco's Vic and Sade until the next time.
In cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service, the following broadcast is one of the radio programs selected to be shortwave to our armed forces overseas.
Bristol-Myers, the makers of Sal Hepatic, a famous laxative, and Minute Rub, modern chest rub, bring you Duffy's Tavern.
Duffy's Tavern, where you'll eat, meat, eat. Archie, the manager's speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight, Colonel Stoopnagel. Oh, I wouldn't say that, Duffy. No, he's lost weight. I would describe him more as a big, thin slob. Huh? Crazy? No, he ain't really crazy. I'd describe him more as a wealthy eccentric. With no dough. Yeah. His inventions? Duffy, he's invented some very good ones. Well, that bathroom door that you don't have to wait outside of. Yeah, because it opens into a closet. And them round dice he has. Round dice, you know, for people who would rather play marbles. Another thing. Hey, Duffy, what's that noise? Mrs. Duffy slugging you with a frying pan because you won't buy her a mink coat? Duffy, you better leave her slug you. A mink could probably set you back about $150. Oh, certainly. Even more expensive than rabbit. Well, that's on account of there's more rabbits than minks. Why is that? Maybe it's because the rabbit is a friendlier animal. Well, look, Duffy. I'm busy. Fight it out yourself. I gotta go figure my income tax. I'll call you back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Duffy's Tavern. Come in and meet Finnegan, Eddie the waiter, Ben Benuta, Peter Van Steeden and his orchestra, our special guest tonight, Colonel Lemuel Q. Stoopnagel, and Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Brought to you by two products that will pay you to remember. Minute Rub when you have a cold, Sal Hepatica when you need a laxative. Minute Rub, Sal Hepatica.
Let's see, I gotta figure these taxes. Now, my yearly salary, that's annuities, that's $15 a week, and there's 48 weeks in a year.
Mr. Archie, there's 52 weeks in a year.
You're thinking of states. 52 weeks. There's 12 months in a year, right?
Right.
And there's 4 weeks in a month, right?
Right.
Well, you multiply 4 by 12 and you get... You're right, it is 52. Yeah, holy cow, 52 weeks.
Except leap year, of course. Then it's 53 weeks.
Oh, naturally. Now, let's see. 15, you times it by 52. That's 630. Shove over the Zypher. That makes the fiduciary. Look, let me look at that tax blank a minute, Eddie. Let's see here. It says, see footnote 1. Footnote 1, see Schedule B. Schedule B, see footnote 2. Footnote 2, see footnote 1. Footnote 1. If you claim a credit in line 15, disregard line 19A, complete schedule L1, page 4, instructions, and enter computation in line 19C. I'll ignore that. Sure. Must be a typographical error. Now, if I add Schedule 1 to the 15... by the way, Eddie, you want me to help you with your taxes?
No, thanks. No, sir. I don't want to bother you. You got enough work making out your own tax wrong.
Oh, yeah? Well, look, Eddie. I may seem confused internally, but inside, me brain is going clickety-clack, clickety-clack, like a broiler factory. Yeah, Eddie? I'll have you know that when I was at PS4... At PS4, I was the mathematical genius of the school.
Yeah. Well, if you stay any place long enough, you're bound to get to the top.
Right. You should have seen me in them days, Eddie. Me knowledge of mathematics was positively gruesome. Yeah, mastered them all. Arithmetic, geometry, adding, plane geometry, fancy geometry, trigonometry, calcium... And algebra, square root, and the cube root, and the round root, and the entire multiplication table up to and including 9 times 9.
Up to and including 9 times 9, huh?
Yeah.
How much is 9 times 9?
Now that I think of it, I guess it was just up to, not including. Well, look, let us get back to this blank.
What are you doing?
Me income tax, Finnegan. Did you do yours?
Oh, heavens to Betsy, yeah. Thank goodness mine is all completely.
Oh, it is completely, huh? Who filled it out for you?
Nobody. I went down to the post office and waited in line and finally decided to fill it out for myself.
Well, how much was your tax?
$600.
Finnegan, how could you figure it to come out $600?
Well, I hate to admit this, but I cheated.
Oh, you cheated, huh? How?
I copied from the guy in front of me.
$600, that's crazy.
You think the government should pay me more?
Finnegan, the government don't pay you, you pay the government.
Is that so? Then why is it so popular?
What do you mean?
So you should have seen that line at the post office.
Look, Finnegan, you got to fill out a return. Tell you what, I'll help you. We'll do it together. After all, you know, one head is better than none.
Thanks, Judge.
Yeah, I demand a recount.
Quiet, Eddie. Now, look, Finnegan, what was your income last year?
Nothing.
Nothing, huh? Any dependents?
Yeah, me father. He gives me $1 a week spending money.
$1 a week from your father, huh? Wonder how we could charge that off. Too bad your father ain't dead. We could call it an inheritance.
Well, that's the break, Judge.
Well, let's see now. How about medicinal expenses?
Oh, none of those.
Dentifrice?
Oh, yeah. I got my father teeth for Christmas.
Oh, you got him teeth. How much did you pay for the teeth?
Nothing. I found them.
Well, look, we could do that with the front teeth?
Yeah.
And you can't deduct them. You know? Your father would look horrible.
Well, how much could I deduct?
Well, let's see now. Your income is 0. The deductions is 0. Tax to be paid, 0.
You mean I make 0, so I got to pay 0?
Yeah.
It's a crime, Arch, making a guy pay 100% of his income.
Put you in the upper brackets. Excuse me. Hello? Hello, Duffy. She's still slugging you with a frying pan? Oh, now it's with the lamp, huh? What happened to the frying pan? They don't make them like they used to, huh? Well, look, Duffy, why don't you buy her a mink coat? You can't afford it because you got to pay your income tax. Look, with a fat wife like that, you could put a picture on a blank and claim her as 4 dependents. You absolutely refuse to buy it. Did she hear you? Hello? Oh. Goodbye, Mrs. Duffy. She must have left him have it again.
Say, what's going on over at Duffy's, Archie?
Well, Duffy is extremely ill. A pounding sensation in his head.
Oh, it probably comes from a cold. Isn't it awful what a little cold germ can do?
The little germ that's doing it to Duffy weighs 350 pounds.
Oh, but those little cold germs can cause plenty of misery, too, Archie. That's why it's so good to know about the famous Minute Rub way to help get fast relief from cold distress.
If you're bothered by cold symptoms, your nose is stopped up, and there's an aching feeling in your muscles, simply massage Minute Rub briskly on your back and chest. That's all you do.
Yes, and soon, in fact, even before you finish, you feel a pleasant sensation of warmth as Minute Rub gets to work to soothe the discomfort and tightness caused by your cold. At the same time, Minute Rub's active menthol vapors help relieve that stuffed-up feeling in your nose and throat.
Minute Rub is greaseless. Minute Rub is stainless. Disappears like vanishing cream as you rub it on.
Get after those cold symptoms with this famous modern chest rub that helps bring such fast relief. That takes only a minute to use. Minute Rub. M-I-N-I-T-R-U-B. Minute Rub.
Hello? Hello, Duffy. What? She left you? Oh, where did she go? Well, what did the note say? Have gone home to my mother. Goodbye forever, you thick-headed cheapskate. Signed, your loving wife. Duffy, don't start crying. Duffy, don't. Come on. Chin up, old man. Duffy, please. Benny, come here, talk to him, cheer him up. Mrs. Duffy has left him, and the guy's really miserable.
Oh, certainly. Hello, Mr. Duffy. This is Benevenuta. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about it. What? No, I'm busy tonight, you old ghost.
That Duffy. Go ahead and sing, Benet. That guy, with the memory of a frying pan still warm on his brain. Trying to make a date with another man.
I hate to see the evening sun go down. I hate to see the evening sun go down. 'Cause my baby, he's left this town. St. Louis woman with her diamond ring pulls that man around by her apron string. Twerk for powder and for store-bought hair. For the man I love would not have gone nowhere. Got the St. Louis blues, just as blue as I can be. That man's got a heart like a rock cast in the sea. Else he wouldn't have gone so far from me. Oh, got the blues, got the mean St. Louis blues. That man's got a heart like a rock cast in the sea. Or else he wouldn't have gone so far from me. Oh, a red-headed woman makes a good man leave this town. I said a red-headed woman makes a good man leave this town. But a bland-headed woman makes a fella slap his pappy dog. Oh, I love that man like a schoolboy loves his pie. Like a Kentucky colonel loves his rock and roll. And I love that man. I love him till the day I die.
Miss Archer, how you doing with the income tax?
Oh, yeah, I gotta get back to that now. Let's see now. Let's look at this blank now. Here, I put down the tax that I know that I gotta pay. See, that's the sure tax.
Wait a minute now. You say that's the sure tax?
Yeah, sure tax. SURTAX.
Oh, I see. And then to that you add the sure plus.
The what?
The sure plus.
Are you kidding? The word is surplus. Anyways, you add the surplus to the sure tax, and then you...
Pardon me, may I use your telephone?
Oh, just the guy to help me with the taxes, Colonel Stoopnagel. I certainly can use the phone. Here's the phone, Colonel.
Thank you. I'm in an awful rush.
Uh-huh.
Hello, information. I'd like the phone number of Duffy's Tavern.
But, Colonel, this is Duffy's Tavern.
Oh, really? What's the phone number?
Orchard 29970.
Thank you. Hello, information. That number is Orchard 29970. You're welcome. In the future, please look it up in your own directory.
This guy's a maniac.
Well, so this is, what's the name of this place again?
Zimmerman's Little Hungary. Colonel, ain't you a little bit punchy?
Well, yes, I think so, too. But most people agree with me.
Huh.
And not only that, I'm also absent-minded.
Oh, you're absent-minded? How did you get that way?
Well, you see, as a child, I was very cruel to animals. And one day, I deliberately kicked a horse in the foot with my head. Well, so this is Duffy's Tavern.
Yeah, this is Duffy's Tavern.
And how is Mr. Duffy?
Oh, okay.
And Mr. Tavern?
Colonel, there is no Mr. Tavern.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, we've all got to go sometime. But Mr. Duffy is carrying on, huh?
Oh, he certainly is carrying on. His wife just left him.
Oh, really? I hope they'll be very happy together. Incidentally, Archie, speaking of marriage, I have a new invention for newlyweds.
New invention for newlyweds? What is it?
It's an overhead threshold so that if you marry a heavy woman, you can carry her under it.
Oh.
What do you think of it?
Well, I don't know. To me, it sounds crazy, but I think it is.
Archie, I'm glad to see that you have vision.
Colonel Stoopnagle, I believe.
Oh, Colonel, man just stepped out of the audience there. Clifton Finnegan.
Finnegan. Were you ever awake by James Joyce?
No, I have an alarm clock.
Colonel, you confused the guy. The correct grammar is Finnegan's woke. Say it's a verb, not a tense.
Mr. Finnegan, may I say that you are a very intelligent-looking man?
Oh, thanks, Colonel.
Yes, I'm sure that if you had a forehead, it would be a very high one.
No, Colonel. I would rather have a head like yours coming up to a point.
Yours comes to a point, too.
Yeah, but yours comes to a higher point.
Ah, no, yours comes to a higher point.
What is this, wait a staple? Look, Colonel, I got me income tax to fill out.
Income tax? Well, that's right down my uppie. Archie, would you like to reduce your taxes?
Reduce me taxes? Certainly.
Then here, take a look at my latest invention.
Your invention? What do you call it?
The Tactual Q Reducer Nagel. The greatest little machine I ever invented. Cut your taxes 80%.
Look, Colonel, not that I doubt your insanity, but how can a little machine like that reduce your taxes?
You doubt me? Let me read you some testimonials. Listen to this one. Mr. Henry Morgenthau, dear sir, since the invention of the reducer nagel, many people have reduced their taxes by 80%. Signed, Colonel Stoopnagle.
Let me see that. Hey, you're right. It's addressed to Morgenthau, all right.
Yes, Archie, and not only that, the reducer nagel carries a written guarantee.
Written guarantee, huh?
Yep, here it is. I, Colonel Stoopnagle, hereby guarantee that if my invention does not reduce your income tax by 80%, signed, Colonel Stoopnagle.
Guy couldn't ask for no more than that, could he? Excuse me. Hello? Hello, Duffy. She didn't come back, huh? You're lonesome. Oh, sure. A dame that weighs 350 pounds must leave quite a gap in a guy's life. Hey, wait a minute, Duffy. I got an idea. Colonel Stoopnagle invented a machine that'll knock 80% off your taxes. Huh? Well, so what? All great inventors is nuts. Take Robert Fulton. Sure, they called him Bugs. That other guy that invented gravity. Sure, they called him Figs Newton. Sure. And look, Duffy, with the 80% that this machine saves you, you can go out and buy Mrs. Duffy a mink coat and anything else a big fat heart desires. Huh? You'll go right out to I.J. Fox? Attaboy, Duffy. Leave your income tax to me and the Colonel. We'll reduce it. Okay. Colonel, warm you all up the reducing egg. We're going to do Duffy's tax.
Oh, say, Archie.
Oh, Colonel Stoopnagle, this is Danny Seymour, our announcer.
Oh, really? I once invented an announcer, but it didn't look anything like you.
Did it work, Colonel?
Yes, except for one thing. I couldn't invent anything for my announcer to say.
Oh, well, Colonel, the most helpful statements aren't invented anywhere. They're facts.
Oh, sure, like what Danny here has to say.
Yes, a fact like this, for instance, ladies and gentlemen. According to a nationwide survey of thousands of people, the two things most wanted in a laxative are first, speed, and second, gentleness. Well, those are two of the very things that have made Sal Hepatica famous. Remember that when you wake up feeling dull and headachy because you need a laxative, and take that famous saline, Sal Hepatica, right away.
Well, then you can depend on speedy Sal Hepatica to bring exceptionally gentle relief, and usually within an hour.
So you can see, with Sal Hepatica, it's not necessary to wait till night to take the laxative needed in the morning, and consequently, not necessary to risk feeling miserable all day. And Sal Hepatica has this additional advantage.
Sparkling Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So before another day goes by, ask your druggist for a bottle of Sal Hepatica, remembering this caution, use only as directed. Then anytime you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
enough taxes to buy Mrs. Duffy a mink coat. Now, we got to get it down from $200 to about $50.
All right, Archie, let's get to work. What's the weekly income of this joint?
The weekly income, you mean a good week or a bad week?
An average week.
That's a bad week. I'd say about $30.
Okay, we'll put it on the machine. About $30.
Mm-hmm.
That's A-B-O-U-T 30.
Colonel, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Wait a minute. Here's some more figures, Colonel. Put them on the machine while I answer the phone, huh? Okay. Hello? Hello, Duffy? Huh? You what? You bought the mink, huh? What kind? Cheap mink? I never heard of it. How do you spell it? C-H-I-P. Duffy, that's chipmunk. Well, she'd probably like the chipmunk, Duffy. Sure. Yeah, that's right. She ain't got no taste. What? Huh? Oh, the machine is going great. Yeah, doing a great job. I'll call you back. What happened, Colonel?
Killed. But it'll be all right.
We'll just see that the tax ain't no more than $50 now. What do we do now?
Well, I've entered all the figures. Now I set the automatic adjustments. I checked the barometric pressure. And we're all set to go. Take it away, Reducer Nagel. There. You'll find your tax total on this little white card.
This little card, huh?
Yes, read it.
You have a pleasant disposition and make friends easily.
That's a little extra service. Your tax is on the back.
On the back?
Yeah.
Oh, on the back. The total income tax, $2,000. Colonel, who invented this machine, you or Morgenthau?
Gee, really, I'm embarrassed. This is the first time this has ever happened.
You sure?
Positive. It's the first time I ever used the machine. Let me try it again. There we are.
Let's look at the card now. You are a person who loves to travel.
Read the other side.
Pay the $2,000 or we'll send you to Alcatraz. Duffy can't afford to pay $2,000.
Archie, you've given me an idea. I hereby renounce the reducer nagel. I hereby christen this machine the taxual Q increaser nagel.
Increaser nagel?
Yes. It's to help poor people to get into the higher income tax bracket.
But, Colonel, please, Duffy was buying a mink on the strength of $150 we was going to save him on the reducer nagel. What? Oh. Hello? Hello, Duffy. Did you buy the coat? You did, huh? Did she come back? Yeah, huh? And she liked the coat, and you're both very happy, huh? You don't know how to thank me, huh? Look, Duffy, if I was to tell you... No, I can't spoil it. Duffy, I hope you and Mrs. Duffy will continue to be happy for many, many years. Yeah. Okay. I couldn't tell it to the guy. They're too happy, you know. I'll pay the $150 out of my own pocket, huh?
Well, it's time to leave Duffy's Tavern for the evening, but let's all meet here again next week when our guest will be Gertrude Lawrence. And in the meantime, if you have a cold...
Remember Minute Rub.
If you need a laxative...
Remember Sal Hepatica.
And if you have a half hour next Tuesday evening at this same time, remember...
Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't... Oh, hello, Duffy. Yeah, that's right. Next week, Gertrude Lawrence.
Who?
Yeah, it's the English accent. Yeah, I'm gonna get all dressed up, Duffy, you know, in a top hat and a white tie and a manacle. A manacle. Pair of one-eyed glasses. Yeah, like them seeing eye Englishmen wear. Well, good night, Duffy. See you next week.
Mothers, why let your boy or girl suffer from neglected cold symptoms? Get after your child's cold distress quickly and easily with Minute Rub, modern chest rub. All you do is massage Minute Rub on your youngster's back and chest. For rubbing on Minute Rub promptly helps soothe cold discomfort. And Minute Rub's menthol vapors help relieve congestion in nose and throat. Minute Rub is greaseless and it's stainless, too. Won't harm clothes or linen. So get after your child's cold distress with his famous modern chest rub, Minute Rub. M-I-N-I-T-R-U-B. Minute Rub.
This is the Blue Network.
You are listening to KECA.
Hello? Oh, Lana. What? No, I can't possibly come over, Lana. Of course you're fascinating. Of course I like it when you hold me close. Yes, I also enjoy it when you kiss me. But you'll just have to get through this evening without me. I'm listening to The Life of Riley.
Teal, T-E-E-L, Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice. That's it, T-E-E-L. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, brings you The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Remember, friends, for beautiful smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal, and just for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley in The Life of Riley. Chester A. Riley and his wife, Peg, are a normal married couple, so naturally they quarrel once in a while. It usually takes two to make a quarrel, but in this case it takes one, Riley. Let's listen as Riley and his wife are having a little skirmish in the living room of their California bungalow.
Well, all I say is once in a blue moon, why can't we dress up and go someplace where we can dance?
Dance? Ain't you a little old?
Old? Who's old?
Me. I hate dancing.
Well, I'm fed up with sitting around at home night after night.
Well, I take you out, Peg. 3 weeks ago, didn't I take you to Ocean Park to play bingo?
Bingo. Then Babs and Junior were saying how you never budge out of the house. We never go anyplace interesting.
Well, all last year, didn't I take you every single month down to the blood bank?
What of it?
Well, don't you call it interesting to watch them drain the blood out of my veins? I don't know what you women want.
Oh, Riley. Sometimes I don't know why I ever married you.
She don't know. You married me for 2 reasons. Your heart was aching with love for me, and your feet was aching from working in that department store.
You think you're smart. I slave all day cooking your meals, cleaning up the house after you. And when I ask you for a little pleasure...
Oh, now, Dumplin', come on. Now, dry those tears.
Where's your handkerchief?
I don't know. Oh, here, darling, here's a blotter.
Hello. Why, hello, Sidney.
Sidney who?
Why, Sidney, darling.
Now, just a minute. Who is this Sidney?
Oh, hold on, Sidney. Riley, it's Sidney Monahan. You know, Butch from Brooklyn.
Oh, him. That foul ball from Ebbets Field. Hang up, Peg. The coffee's boiling over in the kitchen.
I'm not making coffee. Well, when did you get into town, Sidney? Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, now, Sidney, you don't expect me to answer a question like that. Well, if you must know, just a minute. Riley, I think the coffee's boiling over in the kitchen.
You're not making coffee.
What'd you say, Sidney? Oh, Butchie. You always were a fresh thing.
Tell him about Babs and Junior, our 2 children. Tell him.
Oh, Oh, now don't say things like that, Sidney. Remember, I'm an old married woman now.
Peg, hang up. Let's go out dancing, huh?
Oh, listen, Sidney, where are you staying now? No hotel room. Why, that's terrible. Oh, look, Sidney, why don't you come and stay with us overnight?
Now, just a minute, Peg. We're very crowded here.
Why, no, of course Riley won't mind. He just said he'd be thrilled.
I said that Edgar Bergen must be in the house.
All right, Sidney. Yes, we'll expect you for dinner. Goodbye, Butchie.
Now, look, Peg, it was bad enough having that weasel around when you was courting me. Now he's moving in on us.
Why, Riley, you're jealous.
Oh, I am not jealous.
Oh, yes, you are.
Okay. Let him come here. I don't care. Me jealous. I don't even know what the word means. Why, I can't even spell it.
Hey, Mom, there's a cab up. I guess it's him. All right, Junior, don't shout. Riley, Sidney Monahan's outside.
I should have sprayed the house with DDT.
Oh, gee, Mother, I bet you're all excited, meeting an old flame. Oh, don't be silly, Babs. How do I look, Riley? How do I look?
You look good. Too good.
He's coming up the walk now. Oh, Riley, for heaven's sake, put on your coat.
Nothing doing. I'll roll down my shirt sleeves, and that's the limit. That's right. Run up our electric bill.
I'll go let him in. Why, hello, Sidney. Oh, it's so good to see you again.
Well, if it isn't my little Peggy. And Riley. How's about a little kiss for old time's sake?
We was never that friendly, Monahan. Let's just shake hands, huh?
Same old Riley, always kidding. You know I meant the little woman.
Oh, go on with you, Sidney.
Let me look at you. Wonderful. Great. The same little Peggy. Nothing has changed.
Her name was changed. Just remember that, Monahan.
Good old Riley, the same old gruesome sense of humor. Wait a minute. Who's this?
This is our daughter, Babs. How do you do, Mr. Monahan?
Beautiful. Beautiful, the image of your mother. And who's this little man?
That's our boy, Junior.
Hello, Mr. Monahan.
Ah, what a good-looking boy. The image of his mother.
Remember, Monahan, I got a 50% interest in those kids.
Well, Riley, old pal, it's sure swell of you to invite me to stay here.
Oh, that's okay, Monahan. When you run a house, you got to expect all sorts of visitors. One day it's ants, the next day it's locusts.
Oh, now, just a minute, Riley. I ain't no locust.
Well, you would be if you could rub your hind legs together.
Yes, sir, Peggy, I bet you're a great little cook.
Oh, go on, Sidney. Oh, here, Riley. Here's your plate, dear.
Well, what's this stuff here?
Meatloaf.
Meatloaf. Oh, Peg, you know I don't like meatloaf.
Well, that's all there is.
Well, hey, wait a minute. What's in that dish there?
That's for Sidney. I had half a chicken left.
Chicken? I like chicken.
No, you don't, Riley.
Well, sure I do. Hey, what are you kicking me for? Is it my fault I like chicken?
Here's your chicken, Sidney.
Oh, that's too much for me. Look, why don't you divide it up between Riley and me?
Oh,
go on now. I insist.
Well, all right. Here you are, Sidney. You take the wings.
Thanks, Peggy.
Here, Riley. This is for you.
Thanks. Him, she gives the wings. Me, she gives the rudder. Hello, Junior.
Oh, hello, Pop. Gee, you're home late tonight.
Yeah, I had to put in overtime. Where you going, son?
Down to the corner to get some cigars.
Well, that's real thoughtful of you, son, but I've got cigars.
Oh, these aren't for you. They're for Sidney.
Oh. Where's your sister?
Oh, she went down to get some wool. She's knitting a sweater for Sidney.
Oh.
Well, see you later, Pop.
Sidney. That's all I've been hearing for a week. Everybody's doing things for Sidney. Peg, where are you?
I'm in here with Sidney. In the living room, dear.
Gotta get rid of that guy.
Well, hello, dear.
Sit down, Riley. Sit down. Make yourself at home.
Thanks, Monahan.
My, you look awful tired, dear.
Yeah, Riley. Pick out a comfortable chair and flop.
I already picked one out, but you're sitting in it.
Guess what, Riley? Sidney and I have been playing.
Playing what?
Peanut, sit down, join us.
No, thanks. I don't feel like playing.
Oh, my, you sound sleepy.
I'm sleepy. Well, time to hit the hay.
Well, it's too early for me. I'll sit up a while.
Okay, good night. Come on, Peg.
I think I'll sit up a while.
I ain't sleepy. Go on. Play pinochle. Go and deal me in. Go ahead.
You, Mr. Riley. Me, Waldo Benny.
Oh, good morning, Waldo. How are you?
Oh, my aching back.
Trouble with your wife again, huh?
Yes, my friend Rudolph came to the house and asked me to shoot pool with him. My wife almost murdered him.
What did she throw at him this time?
Me.
Look, Waldo, I got my own trouble.
I know. Oh, you mean that Mr. Monahan?
Yeah.
I don't like that man. He's shifty-eyed. Frankly, I don't trust him.
You don't trust him. For 7 days, that sneak has been telling Peg how beautiful and young she looks, and she loves it.
Ah, it's the old story. A bored wife, old flame moves in, husband gets burned.
Waldo, you don't think that my Peg would ever stop loving me?
Oh, no. Not yet. But I hope for your sake that Monahan leaves soon.
Yeah. Well, he's going to leave very soon. I'm going right in there and throw him out.
Oh, no. That would be fatal. It would only make a martyr out of him. And women love martyrs.
They do, huh? Well, maybe I ought to become a martyr. I can let him throw me out. No. That's no good. I'm all mixed up. What am I going to do, Waldo?
You must woo your wife all over again. Recapture the romance of your youth. You must make love to her.
But I've been married 17 years. I'm all out of practice, Waldo.
You've got to. Start out by sending her flowers every day. Call her endearing names. Put your arm around her.
Okay, Waldo, I can take it from there. Yes, sir, I'll do it. During the day, I'm Riley the Riveter. But starting tonight, I'm Riley the Romeo. Let me call you sweetheart. I'm in love with you. That Monahan, this'll finish him.
Mr. Riley.
Oh, hello, Waldo.
I just saw the messenger deliver your flowers.
Oh, they're here. Huh? Good. I sent a card with them. To the most beautiful girl in the world from the sweetest man. Cute, huh?
Oh, that's perfect. My, Mr. Riley. My, you're all slicked up. Haircut, shaved. Something smells.
That's me. I bought some shaving lotion.
Isn't it a little strong?
Yeah, I think so. I put some on my cheeks and my teeth got numb. Well, I'm all ready for the love stuff. Come on, Waldo. Here it goes. I love you. I love you. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I love you, sweetheart. Sweetheart.
Who is it?
Who is it?
Oh, it's you, Riley. Oh, I'm glad you're here.
You are, Dumpling?
Look at these beautiful flowers that just came.
You like them?
Oh, they're lovely. And this card, to the most beautiful girl in the world, from the sweetest man.
Cute, huh?
Ah, yes. Wasn't it darling of Sidney to send them? Oh, you're leaving tonight, aren't Sidney?
Yeah, Peg, I gotta be in San Francisco tomorrow.
Well, we'll all come down to the station and see you all.
Say, that'd be swell. And look, I'd like to buy Riley a little something to make up for all the bother I've been.
Oh, well, you're saying you didn't bother Riley?
Yeah, I know. He's such a sweet guy. Could have used some nice luggage.
Well, yes, but
Okay, that's it. I'll find some leather goods shop and get him a suitcase.
Sidney, while you're there, would you do me a favor?
Why, sure, Peg.
Well, Riley's been pestering me to give him a picture of myself for a long time. I finally had one made. Would you pick up a nice leather frame for it?
Why, sure thing.
Here it is.
Ah, beautiful picture. I'll put it here in my pocket so I won't forget it.
Oh, thanks. Riley'll certainly be surprised when he sees it.
The coast is clear. Now, let's duck into Monahan, too.
Waldo, I still think I ought to throw that Monahan out of this house.
No. Making a scandal would be fatal. Leaving this threatening note is a much better idea.
Maybe you're right. Let me see that note again. Monahan, you got 1 hour to get out of town or else. This'll do it, Waldo. This'll get rid of him.
Yeah. Now, put it in his coat pocket.
Yeah, where's... Oh, there's his coat hanging on the chair. You slip the note in. I'll keep watch.
All right.
Okay?
Not yet, no. Seems to be something in this pocket. Oh, my.
Well, what is it, Waldo? What'd you put behind your back?
Nothing.
You took something out of it. Let me see it.
No, Mr. Riley. Now, don't look at it.
Hey, get over, Waldo.
Well, here.
It's only a picture. It's Peg. A picture of my Peg in his pocket.
No.
I've been begging her for a picture for years, and I never got one.
Oh, it's dreadful. And that inscription.
Where? To my first and only love, your Peg. Oh, no.
What is it, Mr. Riley?
Don't leave me.
Steele has just brought you the first act of The Life of Riley, and we'll be back with Riley in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is Ken Carpenter with a bit of advice. Bear this in mind next time you brush your teeth. Instead of keeping cavities away, you may be brushing them in, right at the gum line. Cavities that you can easily avoid by switching to Teal. Here are the facts. Judge for yourself.
Out of every 10 adults, 8 have receding gums. When gums recede, softer and less protected parts of the teeth are exposed. Those parts are 25 times softer than tooth enamel and are easily damaged by the regular use of a toothpaste or powder containing harsh abrasives. Therefore, the chances are 8 in 10 you are risking those ground-in cavities daily, unless the dentifrice you use contains no such abrasives.
Well, there are the facts. And remember, Teal alone, of all leading dentifrices, contains no abrasives. Teal cleans teeth with a patented ingredient, protects teeth from ground-in gum-line cavities as no other leading dentifrice can. So switch to Teal. Enjoy its wonderful flavor, its foamy action. The Teal way takes only 1 extra minute a week. Makes teeth look their loveliest safely. For the sake of your teeth, for the sake of your smile, ask for T-E-E-L, Teal, the liquid dentifrice. Just follow directions on the package. Teal protects teeth beautifully. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. When Sidney Monahan, an old beau of Riley's wife, moved into the Riley home temporarily, Riley began to suffer the pangs of jealousy. And then, to his horror, he discovered his wife's picture inscribed to my first and only love in Sidney's coat pocket. Picture is really meant as a surprise gift for Riley, but our hero doesn't know this, and what he doesn't know certainly hurts him.
Waldo, I just can't believe it. After 17 years of married life, I find out I'm only a runner-up.
I don't understand it. I never thought Mrs. Riley would be interested in another man. Why, I've been coming into your house for years, and she never even looked at me.
can't really blame Peg. It's all my fault. Just before Sidney came, we had a big fight. She was saying I never take her out for a good time, and she's right, Waldo.
Mr. Riley, isn't that Monahan coming up your front walk?
Yeah, that's the rat.
He's carrying a suitcase, a new one.
But he has one already. What does he want with another one?
Oh, my heavens. No, it can't be.
What can't be?
No, your wife would never do it.
Do what?
Not to such a fine man like you. No, she wouldn't.
Wouldn't what? Wouldn't what?
Oh, she wouldn't. No, I wouldn't even think of it.
All right, but let me think about it.
The new suitcase. I just thought maybe she and Monahan might be planning to run away.
Run away? No. My Peg wouldn't do that. She'd never run away without taking me with her. I mean, I can't stand this. I'm going in there to find out once and for all from her own lips.
Oh, that's a lovely suitcase, Sidney. You're a darling.
Oh, Waldo, I'll tear him apart.
That's a very roomy suitcase. This part holds 2 suits, and there's still room for your things, too.
What things?
You don't think Riley's caught on?
Oh, no, not my husband. He never knows what's going on.
Waldo, am I hearing right?
What time does the train leave, Sidney?
Train? Waldo, it can't be.
9 o'clock. And we get into San Francisco in the morning.
Waldo, it could be.
Well, it's almost time to get to the station. I'll get my coat.
Waldo, it is. I can't stand no more. Let's get out of here.
Mr. Riley, where are you going?
I don't know.
But you've got to stop them. Go in there.
No, I got my pride. That's the way Peg wants it. It's okay with me. I won't stand in their way. I wish them both all the happiness in the world. And if they're miserable, that's okay with me, too.
Riley, is that you on that bench?
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, hello, Digger.
Greetings. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Well, what are you doing here in the park, Digger?
Oh, I often come here at twilight to watch the gophers digging their little holes and making their mounds. Great technique.
Digger, I'm in awful trouble. My wife, Peg, she's running off with another man.
No, I can't believe it.
It's true, but please don't say anything to anyone.
Oh, you can trust me, Riley. I won't tell it to a living soul.
But I can't blame her, Digger. I drove her to it. I neglected her. It's my fault she likes Monahan.
Those things happen sometimes. In my profession, we have a saying. The grass is always greener on the other fellow. But come. Cheer up. All is not lost.
Oh, sure. It's easy to say cheer up. You never went through what I'm going through.
On the contrary. During our first year of married life, my wife became smitten with one of my assistants.
Well, what did you do, Digger?
I said, see here, Hawkins. If you don't leave my wife alone, you'll stop being my employee and become my customer. That nearly scared the life out of him.
Gee, Digger, you're lucky. Your marriage is wonderful, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Complete connubial bliss. My wife, Lilliburn, offers me friendship, fondness, and felicity. And my father-in-law financed my business. I adore my father-in-law. He's so gay.
Digger, right now, Peg and this guy are in the station. They're going to San Francisco.
Then go to that station. Stop them. Fight for your love. Strike down this rotter.
You're right. I'll lay him out.
Can I help? I'm rather good at that sort of thing.
No, this is my fight, Digger.
Well, good luck, Riley. And remember, I'm with you to the end. You big stiff.
I'll have to get aboard.
Oh, I feel terrible that Riley isn't here to say goodbye.
Well, don't forget to give him that suitcase for me. With my best wishes.
Oh, look! Here comes Daddy. See, over there.
Oh, that's
Oh, my, look at him run. See, Sidney, I told you he's fond of you.
Oh, I'm in time. Get together.
Riley, what's the matter?
Monahan, get away from my wife before you break every bone in my body.
What's eating you, Riley?
But, Daddy, what's wrong?
Babs, Junior, what are you doing here?
Well, they came with us, of course.
He's taken the kids, too. For 17 years, I fed and clothed them. And now that they're old enough to work, he's going to get them.
Oh, Riley, have you lost your sense?
Monahan, you asked for it. Put him up, you wife stealer.
Riley, what are you talking about?
I'm coming at you. Take that!
Sidney, pick Riley up.
I'm sorry, Peg, but he ran into my fist.
Break up my home with you. Run away with my wife, huh? Won't even leave me my kids.
What? Riley, you mean you think Sidney and I... Oh, Sidney, he thinks...
Well,
Daddy, you're impossible.
They're all against me.
Oh, listen, you poor darling. Why, we just came down to the station to see Sidney off.
Good. Huh? I don't believe it. What about that new suitcase?
Oh, holy smoke. I bought that for you, Riley.
Well, what about that picture I found in his pocket?
Why, that was for you, too. I only gave it to Sidney to have it framed.
You mean you ain't running away?
Oh, why, no, dear. I'm staying with you.
What a revolting development this is.
We'll be back in half a minute. The time to start using teal is now, before you discover ugly cavities at the gum line of your teeth. Now, before toothpastes or powders containing harsh abrasives grind away, doing their damage slowly but surely. Remember, out of every 10 adults, 8 have receding gums. And that means parts of the teeth are exposed which are 25 times softer than tooth enamel. And brushing those softer parts daily with any dentifrice containing harsh abrasives grinds in ugly cavities. But Teal protects teeth from such cavities as no other leading dentifrice can. For Teal cleans teeth with a patented ingredient without abrasives. The Teal way takes 1 extra minute a week, makes teeth look their sparkling best safely. Just ask for T-E-E-L, Teal, and follow directions on the package. Teal protects teeth beautifully.
Then you forgive me, Peg, for acting like I did?
Of course I do, dear. You know Sidney Monahan means nothing to me.
Well, I ain't always as bright as I should be.
Certainly not.
Thanks, Dublin. And you know what? Tonight I'm taking you out.
Oh, wonderful.
Yep. We're going to a high-class restaurant. After that, a show, and then to a smart place for some dancing. That is, if you can lend me $3.
Well, I've got $3.
Okay. Then let's go. Wait, hey, where's my overcoat?
Oh, I forgot to tell you, Riley. It's cold in San Francisco, so I lent it to Sidney.
It's a losing fight.
Gamble, makers of Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, invite you to be their guest next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. William Bendix appears by arrangement with Hal Roach Studios. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard. Music by Lou Kozloff. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell, the Merry Undertaker, is John Brown. Junior is Scotty Beckett. Babs is Sharon Douglas. Waldo Binney is Dink Trout. And Sidney Monahan is Lou Merrill. So until next week at the same time, this is Ken Carpenter saying goodnight for Teal. And remember, for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley. And for lovely smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, protects teeth beautifully. Good night. here's a gal with a message, and only 30 seconds to get it across. Okay, let's go.
I just want to say, these days, nice clothes are still scarce. If you're lucky to find blouses and slips and sweaters in your size and style, they've got to last. Well, if you give those nice things Ivory Flakes care, they'll stay lovely. Actually last up to twice as long.
Only 10 seconds left.
That's all I need. Friends, the thing to remember is, with Ivory Flakes care, you'll get up to twice the wear.
Hey, you still got 2 seconds.
Then I'll say it again. With Ivory Flakes care, you'll get up to twice the wear.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Makers of Postum, the favorite mealtime drink in 3 million American homes, present your favorite radio friend, Lum and Abner. And not so long ago, you turned off the heat as far as your house was concerned. Now, with the weather still getting warmer, you're probably turning off the heat on many of your meals, too, by serving more salads, lighter foods, and cold drinks to go with them. And for a grand cold drink at mealtime, or any time, you certainly couldn't ask for anything more satisfying than a tall, frosty glass of iced Postum. From the first tinkle of the cracked ice to the last cooling sip, it's thoroughly delightful and refreshing. Drink your iced Postum slowly so you can enjoy longer its grand, full-bodied flavor and its mellow smoothness. Make up a good supply of iced Postum in the cool of the morning. Keep it in the refrigerator and serve it whenever you wish. For unlike caffeine-containing beverages, Postum can stand without losing or changing its flavor. See how convenient iced Postum is when friends stop in. And the whole family can enjoy its refreshing goodness, for Postum contains no stimulant of any kind that could possibly cause sleeplessness, nervousness, or indigestion. Serve iced Postum tomorrow, and see if you've ever served any warm weather drink as delicious or as welcome. And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Last Friday, Lum received a letter from a firm of attorneys stating that it was believed he was one of the heirs to a large fortune in England. He was asked to trace his ancestry back as far as possible and mailed to them at once so it could be determined whether or not he's a descendant of one Samuel Edwards, who came to this country in 1778. Well, naturally, the old fellow is very excited over the news and believes he might at last have come into a large fortune. As we look in on the little community today, we find Grandpappy Spears over at the Jot 'em Down store discussing the matter with Abner. Listen.
Yeah, reckon you'll have it all to yourself here in the store now, won't you, Abner? Oh, to myself? Yeah. Lum was telling me a while ago he's quitting the store business here because he inherited a lot of money. Won't have to work no more now. Oh, for goodness sakes, is he going around telling that? I don't know. He come in the store there a while ago wanting change for a $10 bill, and he got to telling me about inheriting a lot of money. Oh, why, he don't know for sure it is. That is, if he's the one they're looking for him. He said he got a hearing from England saying some of his kinfolks over there had left him a lot of money. That's what he said. Oh, he's just aggravating. I'll show you the letter right here. That is, you never taken it with I was laying right here on the... Yeah, here it is. Laying right here on the desk. You better mind that, Abner. He might not want you reading his mail that way. Oh, he don't care. He showed it to everybody that's come in here. Read it to me 18,100 times already. Now, here's what it says. It says, Dear Mr. Edwards, we understand you are a descendant of the family of Martha Chumwood and Samuel Edwards. There is an estate in England
of the stepfather of Martha Chumwood, William Jensen, for 30 million pounds sterling and stocks and bonds.
30 million pounds of what?
30 million pounds of sterling. Sterling silver, Lum said.
Oh.
You saw sterling silver. We got a teaspoon over at the place made out of it. One of them souvenir spoons got over at the fair at Hot Springs 15 or 25 years ago, I reckon.
Yeah, I know what sterling silverware is, Abner. I ain't no ignoramus.
It'll last, I'll say that for it. That spoon's just as good right now as it was the day we got it. Of course, we ain't never ate out of it ourselves. Generally lays there on the sideboard, lets me have company. The preacher's ate out of it a time or two. Judge Green, he ate with it once whenever he's running for office, taking dinner with us there at the place, and complimented us on it. Elizabeth's awful proud of it. She's always had a regret that she just never bought a whole set of them while she does.
Well, they make stuff besides spoons out of that sterling silver, Abner. Case knives and forks, too, I think.
They do, huh?
I saw pictures of them in the catalog.
Oh, well, good. Well, I never said nothing to Lum, but I just been sort of thinking to myself, at 30 million of them teaspoons, there'd be a whole lot more of them he'd ever have any use for.
Oh, yeah. There ain't nothing to get excited about, especially if you ain't got nothing to eat with them. Be silverware poor.
Yeah, well, it says he's got some stock of some kind. Don't say what. Just a general run, I reckon. Of course, it ain't none of my business, but if it's me, I'd just dispose of them right over there.
Your stock?
Why, yes. Lord, me, it wouldn't hardly pay him to ship them clean over here from English, with cows bringing what they're now.
No, I don't believe it wouldn't either. Well, is he going over there?
Well, he don't know yet. He's waiting to hear from this outfit he got the letter from.
Huh?
They asked him here for him to send them the names of all his descendants clean back to his great-grandpa. So he read him a letter Saturday and named all the relays he could think of for him.
Well, I hope he gets it if he wants it.
Yeah, well, of course, he ain't going to get all that silverware for himself. According to the letter, why, there's a bunch of them relays claiming part of it. Wait a minute, Grandpa, here comes Jake. And don't be talking about it in front of him, for Lum don't want him to know nothing about it.
Who? Oh, Jake. Yeah. Is he still working here at the store for you?
Well, he's still sitting here drawing wages. He don't work none. There's the laziest one man that ever drawed breath I know. Now, just look at him. He's an hour and a half late getting back from dinner right now, and he's walking along there like he had all day to get here. Watch him. Now watch him slow up when he gets under the shade of that tree. See there? What I tell you?
Yeah. Is he ailing?
Why, no, there ain't nothing wrong with him. But laziness. There's a fella that's raised a big family, Grandpap, and never did a lick of work that I know of.
Yeah, some fellas just knows how to get by, I reckon. Now, howdy, Jake.
It's about time you was getting back, Jake.
Well, howdy, Grandpap. I just couldn't make it no sooner, Abner. Ate so much for dinner, I just feared to get out in that hot sun too soon after eating.
Well, now, it's just a good thing that Lum ain't here. He's getting tired of you getting back here in the middle of the afternoon every day.
Well, I could start going to dinner earlier, I guess, if he wants me to.
Earlier? Why, you leave at 11 o'clock now.
Yeah, but I could leave at 10 and get back a little earlier, I reckon.
Well, now, I'll tell you right now, Jake, you're going to have to change your way of doing things around here. Mom's getting awful tired of the way you're acting. Now, like this morning, when me and him was answering them letters to the matrimony bureau, you were supposed to be waiting on the trade. And what did you do? Play Abernathy come in here, and you wouldn't even get up out of the chair to wait on him. Made him get the stuff down out in the shelves himself.
Well, everybody's different, I guess. That's just the way I got to selling stuff. I don't believe in pushing a feller too much when he's wanting to buy something. Might scare him clean out of it, I always say.
For goodness sakes alive.
He'd better just let them figure it out for themselves sometimes. If they get it in their head you're trying to sell them, they'll back out every time.
Now, Jake, that's just an excuse, and you know it. You just never wanted to get up out of that chair. That's your trouble.
Well, now, you know yourself, if a fella was to bring a horse around here and try to sell him to you and start telling you how good he is, you wouldn't come nigh as close to buying him as you would if he never tried hard to sell him to you. That's right, Abner.
I don't know.
I'll give it a right smart thought myself. Everybody's got their own way of doing things, of course.
Yeah, well, now, what about the feed room? Mom told you to straighten it up this morning, and as far as I know, you ain't even touched it.
No, I told you fellers the other day, Abner, and that ain't in my line of work at all. I'm a seller. That's all I agreed to do whenever I went to work for
Hey, well, wait a minute, Johnny. Come along now. You can tell him all about it now.
Well, I was thinking on account of me being your brother-in-law, Abner, it might be best for you to tell him whenever I ain't here.
For the land's sakes. No, sir, I ain't going to tell him nothing. Now, just 'cause I married your sister, that ain't no sign that you to get out of work around here, Jake.
Well, I'll go back there now and sweep up some of that loose feed, but I just ain't able to lift them big, heavy sacks of feed.
For goodness sakes, I started a white oak stump. I had the whole thing straightened up in 10 minutes back there if he'd just get down to work at it. It ain't hard. But no, he's got to argue about it. Lazy, that's it.
Well, Grandpap, just left you over at Dick's store a while ago. Yeah, I just come over to see Abner for a minute, Lum.
Hey, what you got in the sack, Lum?
Oh, just been out getting some change. Where's the letter I got about my kinfolks in England?
Here it is. I just had it just now, reading it to Grandpap.
Well, ain't that fine, Grandpap? Yeah, I'm proud to hear it, Lum. Don't know what you're going to do with all that junk, though. Junk? Yeah, that silverware. Abner says there's 30 million pounds of it. Oh, well, I found out that sterling means money. 30 million pounds of money, not silverware.
30 million pounds of silver money?
Yes, sir. That's what I was getting that change for. I want to find out how much that'd be.
Well, I don't see how that'd help you now.
Well, I can figure it out. Weigh these dollars and find out how much it takes to make a pound, then multiply it by 30 million, and I got it.
Oh.
Let's get over here with these scales a minute. We'll figure that thing out.
I don't, because you got a better head on you, and I'll give you credit for it, huh? Yeah, set them on there. See how many it takes now.
Well, there's,
how many days? No, not quite a pound. Balance it. Hold it.
There she is.
Yeah, right on the head, right there. Yeah.
Well,
how many you got there now?
According to that, it would take, that's 8, that weighs a half a pound. That'd be 16, wouldn't it?
2 times. Yeah.
Set that down.
5, 8, 5, 4, no, 16.
$16 to a pound, that's 16 times 30 million.
Yeah. That's what you got, 30 million of them, just like that.
So. Be quiet, Abner. I can't concentrate.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Granny's, I'm a heap richer than I even thought I was.
Huh?
Looky there. Huh? That's $480 million.
For the land.
Granny's more money than I'll know what to do with it. Well, bless old Uncle Samuel's heart. Bless his little...
It might be well for Lum to remember one of his own sayings, that don't count your chickens before they're hatched. If you were caught in the middle of traffic, or if you just saved yourself from being drawn out to sea by the undertow, you'd have a right to feel nervous and jumpy and jittery. But when that nervousness is due to little things, when you jump because somebody speaks to you suddenly, when you're ready to blow up at the mere sound of the neighbor's piano, then it's time you looked into the cause of that jumpiness. For it might be something you could easily remedy, something as simple as giving up coffee, perhaps. Although there are many people who can drink coffee without becoming nervous and jittery, there are many others who can't. So if you suspect coffee upset your nerves, switch to Postum. For Postum contains no caffeine or any other stimulant that could possibly set your nerves on edge. And it's an ideal mealtime beverage, tempting to look at, fragrant to smell, and delicious to taste. What's more, Postum is very economical, costing less than most other mealtime drinks. In fact, less than 1/2 cent a cup. You can get it at any grocer's in 2 convenient forms. Postum cereal, the drink you make by boiling or percolating, and instant Postum, made instantly in the cup. So if coffee's been making you nervous and jittery, start drinking Postum regularly and see if those nerves of yours don't steady down. Lum and Abner again on Wednesday evening, same time and station. See you then. Lou Crosby speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. Here are Amos and Andy with their guest tonight, Victor Moore. Well, last week, the Kingfish had an accident. He received a slight brush from a passing automobile. There were no apparent injuries, but he convinced himself that he was a victim of shock. On that basis, he tried to collect from his insurance company. However, he got an additional shock when the insurance company rightfully refused to pay. Still determined to cash in on the incident, he is concentrating all of his efforts on suing the motorist who hit him. He is remaining at home in bed, taking good care of his injuries so they won't disappear before he can collect.
Honey, I'm ready for my lunch now. Bring it to me in bed here, will you?
George Stevens, is you still in that bed?
Yeah, well, what you expect, honey? Don't forget, I am still suffering from that accident, and I ain't supposed to desert myself. I hardly got the strength to go down to see these doctors every day like I've been doing.
Well, you seem to have the strength to stop by the pool room on your way home and spend 3 hours.
I know, honey, but believe me, I ain't shooting my best game.
Let me tell you something, George. I'm getting sick and tired of you laying around this house in your pajamas. And I'm also getting sick and tired of you laying in bed eating your meals.
Yeah, well, I just on a liquid diet.
What you talking about, liquid diet? First time I ever heard of anybody drinking pork chops.
All right, honey, all right. If that's the way you feel about it, I don't ask much out of this life. Look like I'm going to get even less than that. You seem to forget that I has been hit serious by automobile. Right now, I is hoovering between life and death. And if you must know the worst, it's only laying here in my pajamas that keeps me hoovering.
Well, all I got to say is you better learn how to hoover with your clothes on.
Oh, getting huffy, huh? Well, I can get huffy, too.
George Stevens, you listen to me.
And you listen to me.
Get out of that bed.
Who are you talking to?
You! Get out of that bed.
All right, getting out. I'll get out.
I don't know why you don't get out from here and get yourself a job.
Oh, honey, stop worrying. I'm going to sue the motorist that hit me, and we're going to have all the money that we need.
Well, tell me this, Kingfish. Is you going ahead with the suit against the motorist anyway?
Certainly I'm going ahead with it. Yeah, I just been to a new doctor, or a great specialist, top man.
Who was he?
Oh, a fine doctor, Andy. Around town they call him Anatomy Joe. Yeah, he examined me from head to foot.
Yeah, well, what's wrong with you?
First of all, he can tell from the way I walk that my metabolism is off center.
Is it bad?
It's cracked right half in two.
Tell me this, what part of your body is the metabolism in?
Oh, now that's the trouble. That's one thing that science don't know. And that's why I might have to go through life with a cold compress all over me. That's what I might have to do.
Well, how does things stand now with the lawsuit? Gabby Gibson working on the case, ain't he?
Oh, by the way, I seen Gabby this morning, Kingfish, and he's working hard on it.
Good.
But he said the only thing he can do right now is to tread water.
Yeah, there's a fine thing. While he treading water, I is drowning, though.
Yeah, but don't blame Gabby. Gabby says this case is going to be a hard thing to settle in court.
Yeah, well, then how is I going to settle the thing?
Well, why don't you dicker with the man?
Wait a minute. I just had an idea, fellas. I was reading in the newspaper about how these big companies settle a lot of things. They brings in what is known as a arbitrator.
What's that again?
Yeah, who?
Arbitrator. That's a third party that ain't got no interest in the case, and this third party hears all the facts, and then he decides who is right and who is wrong.
Yeah, well, that's all I ask. A man that'll be fair to both sides. A man that's full of integrity and honest. Yeah. Now, let me see. Who could we get? How about Jimmy Clark?
He's still in jail, ain't he?
Yeah, that's right. Too bad. He'd have made a good arbitrator, too. When you was with me at the time of the accident, Amos, now look here, you got the motorist's address and all that stuff. Would you go to see him, Amos, and kind of sound out the motorist on this arbitrator thing?
Well, I tell you, all right, I'll do it for you, Kingfish.
And look here, and tell him that if it's all right with him, I'll hire the arbitrator, even pay him the arbitration fee and all that stuff. Yeah, well, all right then. I'll go over and see the motorist right now. So long. Okay, Amos, thank you. Wait a minute, Andy. Where are you going?
Well, I got to go over to see Madam Queen. She says she wants to see me about something important.
Oh, how you all getting along? Pretty good?
I don't call over 5 or 6 times a day now. I give it a hard-to-get treatment. Madam Queen, how is you?
Oh, why, Andy, dear, come on in and sit down.
Yeah. What's on your mind, honey?
Oh, Andy, the reason I wanted to see you is... oh, honey, I'm going to a formal affair tomorrow night, and I thought maybe you'd like to take me.
Yeah, did you say formal?
Oh, yes, it's formal from head to toe. You got a full dress suit, ain't you, honey?
Oh, sure, yeah. Sure, I got one, but it's at the cleaner's now. I was having it dyed black.
Well, now, look here, honey. I got to have a man to go with me that's got a dress suit. Now, do you want to go, or is I got to shop around? You know, this is leap year, and I's the leaping type.
Yeah. You mean if I don't get a full dress suit, you're going to take some other man?
And today you is face to face with the brutal facts.
Well, listen, honey, please give me a chance. I think I might be able to whip up a pair of full dress pants someplace. Then I could keep my overcoat on all evening.
What you talking about? This is a formal dinner party. What would you do when you sit down to dinner and you had to take off your overcoat?
Oh, well, I'd have on a bathrobe underneath.
Now, look here, Andy. If you ain't got the whole outfit, let me know, because I got to make other arrangements. Maybe I'll ask Harold Adams to go with me.
Oh, why you got to take a bum like that? Listen, honey, I'll get a full dress suit someplace. I can rent one for $5. I'll dig up some money. Oh, sweetheart, please don't take one of them other bums. Take me.
Yeah, Brother Andy, everything is all set.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to hear that. Everything come out all right. Huh?
Yeah, Amos done talked to the motorist, and he is to settle the thing with the arbitrator. And he gonna let me pick the man.
Oh, he is, huh?
Yeah, now I got to get busy on this arbitrator because we're going to have the hearing tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I got some news for you, Kingfish. I've been looking around for you.
Oh, good.
I think I got the man for you.
Oh, that's fine.
Yes, a man that's fair, square, and honest, and loaded with integrity.
Uh-huh.
A man that ain't never made a false step in his whole life.
Good.
A man whose reputation is above approach.
Yeah.
A man who stands in his community like the Rock of Gibraltar.
Oh, sounds great, Andy. Who's the man?
Kingfish? It's me.
Well, bless my soul. Here I is, been talking to the greatest arbitrator in the world and didn't realize it.
Yeah. Say, by the way, you say something about you was going to pay the arbitrator, didn't you?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, well, listen, Kingfish, I got a little unfinished business that I got to do about renting a full-dress suit, and I was just wondering, what is the OPA ceiling on arbitrators?
Oh, the arbitrator will get a nice fee, of course. He got to lean a little.
Well, how much money do I get?
Well, now you get what is known as the entry fee, and then, of course, there's always a possibility of a bonus. We call that in the law circles the bonus after decision, or money through the back door later. That's what that's called.
Yeah. Well, could we get $5 through the front door before the mess starts? You see, I got to get a full-dress suit.
Oh, I think I can arrange it. I'll have the money for you in the morning. Now, you study up on being an arbitrator and be all set by tomorrow. Now, I think I'll get on home now.
Yeah. Okay, Kingfish. If you see Lightning out in the lodge hall, tell him to come in here, will you?
Yeah. All right, I'll tell him. So long, Andy, old pal arbitrator. See you later.
Yeah, so long. I'll show Madam Queen that I is just as good as that bum Harold Adams. You think he's going to cut me out? He got another thing coming.
Madam Queen's beauty shop.
Hello, honey. This is Andy.
Oh, yes, Andy.
Well, I can take you to that dinner party tomorrow night. I can take off my overcoat, too.
Oh, honey, that's great. You got the money for the full dress suit?
I sure is.
Andy, you is my man. See you tomorrow night, honey.
I'll be there, baby. Goodbye. True love is a wonderful thing, ain't it? Come in, Lightning. Come in. Come in.
You want to see me, Miss Andy?
Yeah. Listen, go over to the Elite Clothing Rental Company right away and tell Sam to set aside a $5 full-dress suit for me for tomorrow, size 44. Tell him I'll pick it up tomorrow and pay him.
Size 44 in a full-dress suit, huh?
Yeah, and tell him I don't want that suit that he's been renting to Swayback Smith, neither. That guy bulges in different places than I do.
You gonna get all dressed up tomorrow night, Miss Andy?
You said it. Go in first class, Lightning. And another thing. On your way over, stop by my room and pick up my light tan button shoes and get them shined. When I goes formal, I goes 100%.
All right, Miss Andy.
Go over there and reserve that suit for me right away now, Lightning. Hurry up.
Yes, sir. I'll whiz right over there.
Well, today is the day that the boys are going to get together with the motorist and try to arrive at a financial settlement with Andrew Brown as arbitrator. Right now, Andy decided to drop in on Gabby Gibson, self-styled lawyer and business advisor, for a few pointers on the art of arbitration.
Hello, Gabby.
Oh, hello, Andy. Glad to see you. Glad to see you. Come right in.
Yeah. Thank you.
Now, have a cigar. Here's a cigar for you. Now, what can I do for you, Andy? What can I do for you?
Well, don't you remember, Gabby, you said you was going to give me some free advice?
Oh, free advice. Now, listen, Andy, you don't smoke cigars. I'll take it back and put it right back in my pocket.
Yeah, well, like I told you over the phone, Gabby, the Kingfish is going to settle that case with the motorists by arbitrating.
Oh, yeah, I'm glad I ain't handled that case no more. That's a dead duck. That's a bad case.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be the arbitrator in the thing, and I was just wondering if you can tell me exactly how to work it.
I can tell you exactly what to do in very few words. Yes, indeed, in very few words.
Yeah, what's that?
Now, the first thing you got to do, Andy, you listen to each one, plead the case, each one at a time. Remember, you as the arbitrator, they depend on you. Let the Kingfish talk first if you want. Let the Kingfish talk. Listen to every word he say. Listen careful. Then let the other man do his talking. Let him talk too. Listen to both sides of the case. Listen to both sides careful. Don't forget the Kingfish is going to think he's right and the man's going to think he's right. Both think they're right. You stand right in the middle and listen to everything. Then say, listen to every word. Let them talk. Let them talk as much as they want. Work themselves up good. Let them get fighting mad. Then the next thing, they're going to turn to you. They look at you for a decision. Speak right up, Andy, and tell them who's right and who's wrong. Tell them who's right, and after you give your decision, after you give it, there's just one thing for you to do. One thing. Run out of there as fast as you can.
Come on in the office, Brother Andy, and sit down. Is you all ready for the arbitration?
Where's the motorist, Kingfish?
Now, Amos is going to meet him and bring him here, but before they get here, I want to have a little talk with you, because, old pal arbitrator, I love you.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going to try to be fair and square about this thing when I start this arbitrating mess.
Oh, I want you to be fair and square, Andy. I don't want you to be influenced by the $5 that I'm going to give you, that you need for the full-dress suit. And I don't want you to even be influenced by the backdoor fee that I'm going to give you for leaning the right way, which might run as high as $25 cash on the line, no waiting.
Yeah. Well, Kingfish, this case is going to be decided on the facts alone.
Yeah.
I stands here prepared to give a fair and unbiased decision in your favor.
Well, you must know that the way that motorist drive, he ain't got no regard for human life.
Yeah.
A fella like that never think of a poor pedestrian.
Yeah, you're right.
Of course, there's another angle to it, too. By hitting me with his automobile and knocking me down, he might have kept me from ever going to work again.
Yeah, well, that showed that he can't be all bad.
Now, you got everything straight about the right way to be the arbitrator, ain't you, Andy?
Oh, sure, I was all set. Now, there's only one thing that I want to check on, Kingfish. We can't get in no trouble on this, can we, with the government?
Oh, no, Andy, this is a city thing. It ain't even state or United States. Oh, if we was messing with the federal government, that's a different thing. That's something to worry about, but this is just...
Yeah, well, the way I figures,
Oh, me. Tell them to come in, Andy.
Come in.
Well, hello there, fellas. This is Andrew Brown. Andy, this is Mr. Victor Moore.
Glad to meet you.
Hello. Mr. Brown, I'm glad to meet you.
Yeah, well, I guess you know Mr. Stevens here. He's the man that you knocked down in the accident.
Oh, I didn't recognize you standing up, Mr. Stevens.
How you do, sir? Excuse me for not shaking hands, Mr. Moore, but I am so weak from the accident that I just ain't got the strength.
It upset me just seeing you get hit. I should have closed my eyes.
Mr. Brown here is going to be the arbitrator in the case. I guess y'all want to get started.
Yeah, I sure would like to get the thing over with so I can get home and get to bed. With this brain concussion that I got in the accident, make me pretty weak, you know.
Did you say brain concussion?
Yeah.
What is that, Mr. Stevens?
Well, let me see. The best way to explain it to you, you know what a fracture of the skull is.
Oh, sure. I know what that is.
Well, a concussion is what the medical circles call a fracture in the $1,500 class.
I see. Sort of a headache and 4 figures, eh?
Well, come on. Let's get the thing started.
Yeah, well, I want to get on out of here, so here you are. Here is my statement. Y'all can read it after I've gone. Well, so long, everybody.
So long.
Read it. What is it?
Oh, boy, I can hardly wait to hear what he says.
Yeah, well, Amos say here, it seemed to me that if the driver of the car was looking straight ahead, he could have stopped.
You know that fella Amos is pretty smart when it come right down to it.
And he say here, on the other hand, I don't think the Kingfish was looking where he was going neither, and he was jaywalking in the middle of the block. That is all I know, signed Amos Jones.
That fella Amos is a dummy if ever I seen one. Not only that, I moves that we throws that out.
Yes, a fellow like that has no right watching an accident.
Well, gentlemen, we'll now start the testimony on the case between the walking pedestrian and the riding pedestrian. Everything is official from now on. Mr. Moore, you will be known as the injurer, and Mr. Stevens will be known as the injuree. Now, Mr. Stevens, plead your case.
Yes, Mr. Brown, let me stand up here. No, I can't make it.
Take it easy, Mr. Stevens. Don't hurt yourself.
Mr. Arbitrator, reckless motorist, gentlemen. It all happened on a bright, sunshiny day. I had everything to live for. Me and my friend Amos Jones was in the prime of crossing the street when I was suddenly criminal, brutally, and without malice and forethoughts. I was cut down like a weed. By a reckless motorist, I was thrown to the cement where my defenseless body lay with terrible bruises and sprains.
Did I do all that?
Yes, sir. And I suffered the pangs and pains of cruel agonies, all of which I will itemarize later. I was an innocent victim. That is what happened to me.
Yeah, well, after reconsidering the case from every angle, I awards the verdict to the injuree, Mr. George Kingfish Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you.
Any point to me telling my side of the story?
Well, all right. If you don't take too long, I got to get out of here and get a full-dress suit. Go ahead, Mr. Moore.
Well, what I have to say is that I was driving along in my automobile on this same bright, sunny afternoon. I was carefree. My eyes had a sparkle to them, I guess. I don't know much about traffic laws. Well, I must have been looking elsewhere, and all of a sudden, I felt a bump. It seems that I suddenly, criminally, and brutally cut down Mr. Stevens here, like a weed.
Oh, right.
I was a reckless driver. Mr. Stevens was knocked to the cement where his defenseless body lay, with the bruises and sprains.
So you see, Mr. Brown, there are two sides to every story.
Yeah. Well, as the arbitrator, I got to figure out the difference between the two sides.
Mr. Brown, wait a minute, will you? Do me a favor. Rule out my testimony. I like his better.
You got anything more to say in your defense, Mr. Moore? You claiming anything?
Well, my fender, a little wax would fix that. It seems my fender was scratched a little by the buttons on your coat. I hope I didn't break any of the buttons.
All right, arbitrator, is you ready to hear the itemized bill?
Well, listen, Kingfish, I'm going to be late for the formal affair if I don't get out of here now. Could you let me have the $5?
Just a minute, Andy. We got to get into the finance settlement and see what we got coming to me here.
It's been so pleasant up to now. Won't talking about money spoil everything?
Mr. Moore, you have got your back to the wall, and we want to be easy with you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Stevens. I feel the same way about you.
Yeah, now here's the list of what I claims. $1,500 for concussion of the head. $500 for sprains and bruises. $200 mental anguish, and about $150 sprinkled over the rest of my body. Now, that grand total is up to $2,300. Now, if you'll take my advice, Mr. Moore, you'll make out a check for that right away and take advantage of the 10% discount.
Yeah, give Mr. Stevens the $2,300 and let's get out of here. I got a date.
Well, no, I haven't got that money handy. I don't even have it unhandy.
Well, as arbitrator, I know that Mr. Stevens is anxious to get his money.
Yeah, when you going to give it to me?
Well, I guess I'll have to go to my superiors. After all, I was hoping that we wouldn't have to bring them into it, but I guess I'll have to ask their help in the matter.
Yeah, get their help. Well, where does you work?
Well, I'm proud to tell you that I happen to be a federal man.
Yeah, well, if you would go to... what's that?
Yeah, what'd you say, Mr. Moore?
I said I happen to be a federal man.
Oh, federal man. yeah, I'm crazy about federal men, yeah. Yeah, you know, Mr. Moore, the reason we asked you to come here is because we want you to be happy about this thing, too.
Oh,
you know?
Yes, sir. As the arbitrator, I gives the verdict to you, Mr. Moore. I'm crazy about federal men, too.
Yeah, sir. And I was just trying to show you, in kind of a joking way, what could have happened to me. Of course, just between the three of us, I feel fine, Mr. Moore.
Well, I'm certainly glad to hear that. And you don't think I'd better bring the matter up with the federal people?
Oh, no, sir. Don't bring it up with them.
No, just forget the whole thing, Mr. Moore. That'd help us a lot.
Yeah, sir. And one thing more I want to say.
What is that, Mr. Stevens?
Well, I got a $5 bill for the arbitrator. Here it is right here.
Yeah.
But me and the arbitrator want you to take this $5 bill and get your car waxed all over with it.
Yeah, even under the bottom. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. You're the nicest pedestrian I ever hit. Well, goodbye. I hope to run into you again sometime.
And I'm telling you, we got out of that just by the skin of our teeth.
Yeah, I talked to Madam Queen on the phone, and that other bum, Harold Adams, is taking her out by the skin of my teeth, too.
Well, I lost $2,300, and you was done lost out with Madam Queen.
Well, that's better than being in jail.
And the one good thing about us working together, we always know us, though, when we is getting in a jam.
You said it. Come in, Amos. Come in.
Hello there, fellas. What's new?
Amos, we has done dropped the case against the motorist.
Oh, sure enough?
Oh, Amos, you was looking at the two of the luckiest guys in town.
Yeah, we was in a jam like we ain't never been in, but we slipped out of it just like two eels.
Oh, you did, huh?
Oh, Amos, you never know who you was dealing with.
And that fellow was pretty nice about the whole thing, too.
He sure was. Do you know something, Amos?
What's that?
Tell him, Kingfish.
Amos, that man Moore happened to be a federal man.
Oh, I know he was. I picked him up at his place, the Federal Loan and Savings Company. He's the janitor down there.
And be sure to be with us again next Friday evening at the same time for another Amos and Andy show. For at that time, Andy will be in one of the greatest picklements you have ever... Oh, by the way, do any of you happen to know whether Andy was ever married? Well, next Friday night, perhaps you can find out, so tune in, will you? Our thanks to Victor Moore for being with us tonight. He appeared through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, producer of the Technicolor picture, Lady in the Dark. Our program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas. Oh, one more thing. Now, I know most of you are saving used fats, but don't overlook any bets for salvaging. Skim the fat off the top of soups and off the bottom of your roaster, too, and turn them in promptly. They'll all add up to extra points for you. Now, this is Toby Reed batting for Harlow Wilcox, speaking for all of us and wishing all of you a pleasant good night.
Hello, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program.
Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! He's the best little skipper in the land. Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! Won't you please give this little girl a hand?
Starring George Burns and Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen, with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
So vote for Gracie! To win the presidential racing.
100 million strong, that's right, you can't go wrong.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Well, Gracie, this is probably the biggest moment in your career. Right after the broadcast, we're leaving for your convention.
Oh, yes.
Well, what do you think about it?
Well, in the first place, it's surprising.
Well, let's say, what's surprising in the first place?
The Brooklyn Dodgers.
The Brooklyn Dodgers. Well, aren't you thrilled? The train goes to Omaha in 45 minutes.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Really, it's wonderful.
Used to take 2 days.
Are you excited about all that?
Oh, I'll say. This morning I was so excited that I took a bath in the bathtub and ate breakfast in the breakfast room.
What's so unusual about that?
Well, I usually do just the opposite.
If Omaha's listening in, I'd like to tell them that I've got a headache and I'm bringing her with me.
Yeah, and I'm going too.
Good. Incidentally, Ray, are all your boys packed?
Oh, rather, yes.
Are your musicians taking their wives with them?
No, only their instruments, old man.
Only their instruments?
Oh, yes, they'd be very lonely in Omaha without their instruments, you know.
Isn't even the flute player taking his pipe?
Oh, please, George.
Say, Gracie.
Yeah.
Got a present for you.
Again?
Every week he's got a present.
Oh, Ray, it's beautiful.
Oh, nothing. Just a little something to throw over your shoulders.
What is it?
Confetti.
Well, wear it in good health.
Thanks.
Frank and Truman, you all set to go?
Sure, my bags are outside of the elevator.
Yes, so am I, Mr. Vice President.
Frank, I'm not the vice president.
I don't know. You look like a garnet to me.
Frank, you know... Frank is almost as funny as a temporary filling.
Ain't it the truth? Ain't it?
Now, let's see. I checked the trunks. The bags are by the elevator. Gracie's got the tickets.
I'd still have them, too, if I didn't meet that man.
So right after the Man? What man?
Now, don't get excited, George. You
Gracie.
see, I was standing in front of...
Don't tell me you haven't got the tickets.
Why, aren't you interested?
Look, I gave you tickets for Salt Lake City and Omaha. Where are they?
Well, Salt Lake City's in Utah and Omaha's in Nebraska.
Gracie, where are the tickets?
Well, what happened was I was standing in front of the studio listening to two people talking like I always do when I'm minding my own business.
I know.
And a man came over and he tipped his hat and his toupee fell off and he said...
I'm not interested in the man's toupee.
Oh, sure, it's no hair off your head.
What happened?
Oh, well, so he said, aren't you that pretty little Gracie Allen? And of course he had me there.
Yes, I'm a bias a little bit.
And then he said, if you're elected president, are you going to enlarge the Navy? And I said, enlarge the Navy? They can hardly get into those tight trousers now. And then he turned to his
Gracie, where are the tickets?
I don't want to rush you, George, but if you want to make that train, we got to leave this studio in 12 minutes.
Gracie, where are the tickets? I know that.
I say, George, will I have time to say goodbye to my musicians before we leave?
Goodbye to your musicians? I thought you were taking them with you.
Well, no. Their wives won't let them go unless they take them along.
Well, that's simple. Let their wives go along.
And then the musicians won't go over.
Gracie, where are the tickets?
Say, George, you want to hear a laugh?
Yeah. Look, I'm slowly going out of my mind.
You've got 11 minutes, George.
Gracie, where are those tickets?
Well, my little nephew won't need a ticket.
Good.
I packed him inside my suitcase.
Gracie, you packed him inside the suitcase?
Well, that's the only way I could close it. While I push from the outside, he pulls down from the inside.
Try to understand this.
But when I locked it, I left one of his hands sticking out.
You left one of his hands sticking
Yeah,
out?
so he could carry the suitcase.
Gracie, who did you give the tickets to?
The man in front of the studio.
What did he look like?
He looked like he wanted the tickets.
Well, maybe he's still there. I'm going to go out and try to find him.
Losing those tickets, Gracie, has certainly gotten us in a terrible mess.
Yes, it has.
Well, Laura, my kangaroo's in a terrible mess, too.
Your kangaroo?
Yeah, they won't let me take her on the train.
But, Gracie, we can't go to your convention without her. She's your surprise party emblem.
Why didn't you box her and put her in the baggage car?
Well, we tried to, but she boxed right back. She's a boxing kangaroo, you know.
Oh, gee, that's awful.
Awful?
Yeah.
She knocked out the baggage man with one blow.
Where did she hit him?
In the caboose.
Well, what are we going to do?
Oh, well, don't worry. I've got it all fixed. Bubbles is going to meet us at the station, and she's got my kangaroo dressed up like a woman.
No.
Yes, with a hat and veil and long black coat and everything.
Is her tail covered?
Yeah, but only for fire and theft. And you boys will have to help me get her on the train.
Did you say she was a boxing kangaroo?
Uh-huh.
Let Truman do it.
No, let Frank do it.
Now, wait a minute, boys. I've got an idea. Let's get George to do it.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll tell him it's my Aunt Clara.
Sure, and he'll be glad to help an old lady.
Especially when she kicks him in the face.
Well, I couldn't find the man with the tickets.
Say, George, while you were out, my Aunt Clara phoned that she's going to Omaha with us.
To Omaha?
Uh-huh.
That's a long hop for an old lady.
Oh, well, she won't mind it. She's been hopping around for years.
Gracie, what about the tickets?
Say, George, will you help my Aunt Clara on the train?
You can count me out.
We probably will.
Georgie. Will you help my Aunt Clara on the train?
Well, all right, I'll help her.
Thanks.
You'll love Aunt Clara, old man. You'll get a big bang out of her.
All right, so I'll get a bang out of her.
Right in the caboose.
Gracie, how could you give a strange man the tickets?
He wanted to see the broadcast.
Well, why give him the railroad ticket?
I didn't. Here they are.
You mean you had the railroad ticket?
Sure.
And why did you let me worry like this?
Oh, well, I thought you were worrying about getting into the broadcast.
Announcing the Big Hand Lotion Special of 1940. Heinz Autograph Special. The big dollar size of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream for only 49 cents. Think of it. Heinz dollar size bottle, less than half price. This is the first time Heinz has ever made this nationwide offer. That big family size Heinz is always an economical buy at $1, but now it's twice as good a buy. You save over 50 cents. You get over twice the quantity for your money. And in addition, you get a Gracie Allen autograph right on the bottle, and it's detachable. This Heinz Autograph Special is being featured right in your own neighborhood. So go to any toilet goods counter and ask for Heinz Autograph Special. The big dollar size for only 49 cents. Stock up now for the whole family, so that you'll have plenty of fragrant, creamy Heinz on hand to soothe chapped hands, tender faces, and sunburned skin. This Heinz Autograph Special is too good a bargain to miss, especially since it's Heinz, the extra creamy, extra softening lotion that's famous for softer, smoother hands. Now here is Frank Parker.
Thanks, True. Tonight I'm going to sing Cole Porter's outstanding number, Begin the Begin. When they begin the begin, it brings back the sound of music so tender. It brings back a night of tropical splendor. It brings back a memory evergreen. I'm with you once more under the stars, and down by the shore an orchestra plays, and even the palms seem to be swaying when they begin the begin. To live it again is past all endeavor, except when that fool clutches my heart. And here we are, swearing to divine, what rapture serene. Till clouds came along to disperse the joy we had tasted. And now when I hear people curse the time that was wasted, I know but too well what they mean. So don't let them begin, or begin. Let the love that was once a fire remain an ember. Let it sleep like the dead desire I only remember. When they begin, the begin. Oh yes, let them begin, the begin. Make them play. Till the stars that were before return upon me. You whisper to me once more, darling, I love you. And we suddenly know what heaven we're in when they begin the begin. When they begin the
Come on, everybody. Let's get into the cab.
Okay, hey, wait for me. Say, do you think Truman and I can squeeze in this cab?
Why, Frank, I didn't know you two cared.
Quiet. Come on, get in. Driver, Union Station.
Okay.
I think I'm going. Screw it.
You've got 8 minutes, George.
Step on it, driver.
Oh, don't forget, George, you're taking care of my Aunt Clara.
Okay.
You know, she's rather nervous, so don't mind her if she's a bit jumpy.
Well, don't worry. I know how to take care of old ladies.
Aunt Clara, you know, just finished a picture.
What picture?
Hopalong Cassidy.
Say, driver, are you sure this is the way to Union Station?
Oh, I'll have to turn around. I thought you said Bureau of Immigration.
Bureau of Immigration? Do I look like an immigrant?
You're wide open for a crack, brother.
Oh. Step on it, driver.
George, would you mind opening the window?
Why, Ray?
Well, I want to look inside the cab.
Look inside the cab? Well, where are you?
Standing out here on the running board.
This cab hasn't got a running board.
Really? Well, don't tell the driver. He sulks terribly.
Get in here. I wonder how long you have to study to become an imbecile.
You've got 7 minutes, George.
Driver, are we getting near the Union Station?
Oh, I missed it again. I thought you people wanted to see the birth of a nation.
Birth of a nation? Get going, get going.
Say, George, are you sure you've never seen my Aunt Clara?
I've never seen her.
Oh, well, you can't miss her. She has on one of those bustles.
Well, what does it look like?
Well, it's a long tail.
Well, then you can tell me some other
Yes.
thing.
Oh, she's beautiful, George. Beautiful eyes, beautiful teeth, beautiful nose, and boy, what leaps.
What, leaps?
My Aunt Clara.
Your Aunt Clara leaps?
No, she sleeps.
Sleeps?
She creeps.
Creep? What kind of a...
She creeps in her sleep. I mean, she lifts. That's what she does. She lifts.
Oh, she has an impediment.
Yeah, but she traded it in for a Buick.
I wonder how long a person can live without brains.
You've got 6 minutes, George.
Driver, are you sure this is the way to Union Station? Oh,
I bet you people despise me. I thought you said Rooney's Plantation.
Rooney's Plantation. Get going. Why would I say Rooney's Plantation? Faster. Fast. Oh, nuts.
All right, pull over there. Pull over there.
We weren't doing anything, officer.
I know it.
Then why did you stop us?
I'm lonesome.
Well, I'll call you up sometime. Go ahead, driver.
Say, George, have you got all my campaign speeches that I'm going to make on the trip?
Yeah, I've got them right here on my coat pocket.
Well, don't lose them. I've got sandwiches wrapped up in them.
Sandwiches?
Yes, Swiss cheese sandwiches.
How can you make a speech while you're eating a Swiss cheese sandwich?
Oh, I can talk through the hole.
What can I think of those things?
I've got an apple for you, George.
Driver, step on it.
Why, do you like applesauce better?
Quiet.
George, can you keep a secret?
Yes?
Those sandwiches in your pocket have mayonnaise in them.
Mayonnaise? How do you know?
Just leaked out.
Ray, will you cut it out? You've got a whole lifetime to make a fool of yourself.
You've only got 5 minutes, George.
Driver, you're going the wrong way again.
Oh, I'll just hate myself in the morning.
Hurry.
Say, George, if you've never met Aunt Clara, you've got a kick coming.
A kick?
Yeah, in the caboose.
Caboose? What's this caboose?
Well, Caboose, that's my little nephew's name.
His name?
Yes, of course, we only call him Caboose for short. His whole name is Nincompoose.
Oh, Nincompoose. Must be a smart kid.
Well, he was born with a gray hair.
With a gray hair?
Yes.
A lot of gray hair, just one. Nephew was born with gray hair?
Yes, we come from a very old family.
From a very old script. Yes. Now what's he stopping for?
Hey, Mamie! Mamie!
Who's he hauling up to?
What is it, Orson?
I'm driving these people to the Union Station, and they don't know where it is.
We don't know where it is.
Who are they?
Heinz Honey and Almond Cream people.
Heinz Honey and Almond Cream? What's that?
What's that? It's the best hand lotion that money can buy. It makes rough red hands soft, smooth, and white.
Hello.
You can get it at any toilet goods counter in 10, 25, 50 cent, and dollar sizes. That's what it is.
Atta boy.
You know everything, don't you?
Why, certainly.
And if you're so smart, why ain't you driving a cab?
Come on, driver. Step on it.
Orson, did you have the car fixed yet?
No, it's running pretty good.
What about the jerk?
They're going to the Union Station.
We hope so. Come on, get started. We'll never get to the Union Station.
Oh, yes, we will. And then you'll meet my Aunt Clara.
Can't wait.
You know, the people next door to my aunt's house once put up a 20-foot fence to shut out her view.
Was your aunt sore?
Yeah, but she got over it.
Well, just 2 more blocks and we're there. Well, that's fine. Now it's a traffic cop.
Hey, you with the big nose. Didn't you see me put up my hand?
No.
Didn't any of you see me?
No, we didn't see it.
Darn it, nobody pays any attention to me.
Come on, step on it.
Union Pacific Challenger leaving on track 5 for Las Vegas, Salt Lake City, Sun Valley, Denver, Chicago, and all points.
Oh, what trouble, but we finally made it.
Yes, I'm going to get a magazine. And Truman,
Yes?
will you run over to the information desk and explain to Bubbles that George is going to take care of my Aunt Clara?
Sure, I get it. I'll explain everything.
Good.
What is it, miss?
A copy of Radio Guide, please.
Here you are.
Oh, my, what a pretty girl on the cover. She looks familiar, though. Oh, I know I've met her someplace.
Miss, that happens to be Gracie Allen.
Oh, her. What's she got that I haven't got?
That was a double picture, and they left me out of it. Whatever happened to my face?
Yeah, whatever happened to her? Looks like you fell on it.
Oh, it doesn't look... Say, clerk.
Yes, sir?
Give me this week a life, a pick, and a look.
Hey, George, do you want to click?
Yes.
Well, stop saying ain't misbehaving,
Oh,
brother.
quiet.
Here are your magazines, sir.
Thanks.
I say, would you sell me some cigarettes for the boys in my band? Camels? Only the drummer, the rest are musicians.
Train leaving on track 4 for South Carolina, South Dakota, South Bend, and south of the border, down Mexico.
Come on, everybody. We better go.
Oh, there's Bubbles.
Bubbles where?
Pulling in on track 6.
Oh, hello, Bubbles.
Well, Gracie, I've got your Aunt Clara standing over there with Truman. Say, Bubbles, you've got on too much mascara. Mascara? This is a black eye.
Well, how did you get a black eye?
I was dancing with Aunt Clara, and she hit me in the eye with her bustle.
With her bustle?
And boy, does she swing it.
Wait. My goodness, Gracie. Don't tell me that's your Aunt Clara over there.
Yes.
Why is she bent over like that?
Well, you see, she used to be a contortionist, and she was in the middle of a rack when vaudeville went out.
Well, she certainly looks funny.
Oh, here they are. Hello, Andy.
Here, Gracie, you take care of your Aunt Clara.
All right.
Well, what's this?
Oh, Aunt Clara, this is George Burns.
Maybe it's something she ate. Is something wrong?
Well, she's got a cold.
Oh, she's a little horse, huh?
No, but you're getting pretty warm, brother.
She sounds like she used to be with Chet Fields.
Oh, come on, George. Shake hands with Aunt Clara.
Well, how do you do, Aunt Clara? Ouch! She pretty near broke my hand. She's very strong.
Oh, she ought to be. For years she's been punching her bag.
My hand feels like a hamburger.
Yo, now, Andy, take it easy.
What makes her jump up and down like that?
Well, you see, old boy, she was born a bouncing baby girl, and she never got over it.
Well, come on, Aunt Clara. I'll put you on the train.
Wait a minute.
Aunt Clara's out in front.
Them like a second. Well, now, come on. We better get on the train. Say, Bubbles, I've never seen my kangaroo act this way before. Are you sure you fed her? She ate a half a bale of hay. Well, did she like it? Like it? She ate my half, too. Well, we better get started.
We're all ready to go. Say, where's George?
Oh, George is on the train. Laura's on the train. George is off the train.
Say, George, are you hurt?
Only in the caboose. Well, that was a swell joke, Aunt Clara. Why, that's the kangaroo.
Oh, somebody told you.
All aboard for Omaha.
Well, come on, everybody. Let's get on the train.
Okay, what track we on, Five?
Oh, well. Now, listen, fellas. You gotta help me put that kangaroo in an upper.
Okay.
I thought you had a lower.
Yeah, but her baby's sleeping in that.
Well, come on, boys. Now help me.
Okay.
Well, there she is. Get a hold of her, Truman.
Okay.
Oh. Well, she knocked out Truman. Grab her, Frank.
I got her.
Oh!
She knocked out Frank. Come here, Laura. Out.
Oh, she knocked out George. Well, Laura knocked herself out.
You know, Gracie, this is the first time you and I have ever been alone.
Oh. I know.
Did you ever think of having a husband all your own?
Well, that's part of my life I'd rather not talk about.
Why, did he and you quarrel?
No.
Was he killed?
No.
Well, what happened?
He married Carol Lombard. Ray, did you ever think of getting married?
Yes, but I only make $20 a week.
Well, that's enough. A week passes very quickly when you're in love.
You know, my drummer's a very lucky man.
Why?
Well, he's got a wife and a cigarette lighter, and they both work.
Oh, it's the first robin I've heard this spring. Ray, do you mind if I move a little closer to you?
I wish you would. This time of night, I always get a little chilly.
When the train stops in Pasadena, we'll get a bowl.
With me?
No, with you.
Mm-hmm. Say, Gracie, I know a joke about Spanish food.
Why don't you tell us?
Oh, no, I can't. It's too spicy.
I love Spanish food.
Would you like an enchilada?
Yeah, but let's eat first.
I say, Gracie, I'd like to whisper something in your ear.
What is it?
Potatoes are now 12 cents a pound.
Oh, may I whisper something in your ear?
Mm-hmm. What?
So are you.
I say, Gracie, do you like big weddings or little ones?
Well, without big weddings, you can't have little ones.
Are you going to be married this spring? Then here's a tip that will help your wedding day be a perfect one indeed. Start using Heinz Honey and Almond Cream right now. Then when he slips the ring over your finger, your hands will look smooth, lovely, and feel thrilling to his touch. For Heinz Honey and Almond Cream is extra creamy, extra softening, and contains 2 vitamins, A and D. Faithful daily use of Heinz helps keep your hands smooth and pretty in spite of rough, chapping household jobs. And right now is your opportunity to stock up on Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at an astonishing saving. Go to the nearest toilet goods counter and ask for Heinz Autograph Special, the big dollar-size Heinz Honey and Almond Cream, for only 49 cents. Now just think. You save more than half price on this dollar-size Heinz. This offer is good for a limited time only, so get your Heinz Autograph Special now while the getting's good. The big dollar-size Heinz for only 49 cents. And remember, too, with this family-size Heinz, you also get a Gracie Allen autograph. It's right on the bottle, and it's detachable. Ask for Heinz Autograph Special tonight, and use your Heinz faithfully to give you soft honeymoon hands.
And now Gracie will sing April Play the Fiddle.
Listen to what happened to me. April played the fiddle, and my heart began to dance. And I was so surprised to find my arm around romance. April played the fiddle, and I memorized the tune. And later on a dream, and I went singing to the moon. Then May began to gossip, and June just winked her eye. And you should have seen the know-it-all expression on July. April played the fiddle, but here's the funny part. I had to pay the fiddler with my one and only heart. I used to think a love song was none of my affair, until last spring I heard a certain music in the air. April play the fiddle, what a steady beat he had. I hardly knew what time it was until the first of Sept. April play the fiddle, and my heart just ticked and topped. And the days went dancing by into the merry month of Oct. October met November, December coming on. And when Jan and Feb came marching in, I knew the jig was up. April play the fiddle, but here's the funny part. I had to pay the fiddler with my one and only heart. Isn't that sad?
Make your choice. Use Heinz Hand Cream or Heinz Lotion, or treat yourself to both. The new Heinz Hand Cream comes in smart red and white jars and costs only 10 cents and 39 cents each at any toilet goods counter. Like the lotion, Heinz Hand Cream is a quick softener. Try it, will you?
Thank you. Well, Gracie, say good night.
Oh, good night. And say, George, you want to hear a scream?
Yeah. Good night, all.
Oh, for Gracie! Oh, for Gracie! He's the best little skipper in the land.
Next Wednesday, over these same stations, George and Gracie and all of us will be back again, don't forget. And don't forget, for honeymoon hands, it's Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. This is Truman Bradley saying good night. The song April Played the Fiddle is from the new show, If I Had My Way. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.